Chapter 796. Black Tortoise Yin Yang. Facing over 10 rainbow-like attacks, the demonic energy in Qin Feng's body trembled. The demonic energy in his body was like the beginning of chaos, dividing into two extremes, yin and yang. A gigantic yin-yang diagram appeared on his body. After reaching the sage realm, he could finally unleash the full power of the black tortoise yin-yang Dao. Kane yin and yang were the two extremes of each other and turned into a divine diagram. Boom! One after another, divine powers bombarded the yin-yang divine diagram. It was as if the chaos had been split apart, turning into earth, water, wind, and fire. The earth, water, wind, and fire enveloped the dozen or so powers, grinding them away and turning them into pure vital qi, evolving into a vast universe. It's a pity that I didn't get the yin-yang divine ancestors' yin-yang refining art. Otherwise, this divine power wouldn't be as simple as its defense. He was still regretful. In the next moment, Qin Feng's face turned cold and murderous. Boom! A black dragon claw tore through the void and grabbed at the green talisman when Qin Feng wasn't paying attention. In the blink of an eye, it was less than 100 feet away from the green talisman. You've got guts. Qin Feng's eyes pierced through the void and locked onto a middle-aged man in purple with a sneer. This was a great sage. He was surrounded by wind and thunder, demonic energy. Die! The vast energy of the chaotic grotto heaven surged into his body, and the demonic energy of the 9 underworlds transformed by the chaos star, True Force, surged. 129,600 drops of 9 underworlds black water appeared on his palm, and a huge dragon claw appeared on top of the middle-aged man in purple who was dozens of miles away. As the palm slammed down, the tremendous power directly broke through the purple-robed middle-aged man's protective demonic power and smashed his physical body into pieces, turning him into minced meat. A saint's soul appeared in countless wind and thunder roared. He looked at Qin Feng in extreme horror. Then, wind and lightning intersected, and he instantly disappeared from the great desolate dragon's gate. A saint's soul escaped. Qin Feng's eyes darkened. A saint's soul was different from the primordial spirit. It had almost 70 to 80% of the body's power. If a great sage was determined to escape, Qin Feng couldn't catch him, unless he became a sage king or a great sage. He killed the old antique of the thunder-rumbling sect that just woke up. There's actually such a terrifying sage in this world. Seeing this scene, the remaining dozen or so experts were shocked, and each of them revealed a look of fear. Dozens of streams of light turned and disappeared into the depths of the primitive dragon gate at almost the same time. They ran pretty fast. Qin Feng's eyes were cold. The primordial dragon gate was vast and boundless. With the suppression of the primordial dragon gate, the power of the laws was suppressed by more than 70%. If not for that, these people wouldn't have survived. What a powerful god! The last great saint, Patriarch Moon Devourer, looked back in the direction where he had fled with a lingering fear in his heart. Devouring Ancestor was originally a toad dragon. He had bumped into the Azure Dragon a long time ago, but unfortunately, he was not strong enough. He paced back and forth for a long time, not daring to go forward. When he thought of the green dragon transformation talisman falling into Qin Feng's hands, he couldn't help but feel jealous. No, even if I can't get it, I can't let him get away with it. I remember that an old antique of the East Sea is nearby. The fatty muttered to himself. A sinister look flashed across his eyes. In an instant, he rushed in the direction of his memory. Good stuff. He grabbed the green dragon transformation talisman. On his palm, the dragon transformation talisman emitted a green light. This light seemed to be able to directly refine into one's bloodline and strengthen it. Even if the light from the dragon transformation talisman shone on him, Qin Feng had the illusion that the dragon nature in his body was about to explode. The beautiful woman in black looked envious. Qin Feng looked at her and muttered to himself, He took out the white dragon transformation talisman that he had obtained earlier. With this green dragon transformation talisman, this white dragon transformation talisman was useless. Take it and refine this talisman. You can also enter the third stage. Whether you can transform into a dragon or not will depend on your luck. When the snake of destruction transformed into a flood dragon, it was the black dragon. If it transformed into a dragon, it would be the earth dragon. The earth dragon was also a very rare dragon species. Its bloodline was prominent, and it was a type of middle true dragon. The beautiful woman in black widened her beautiful eyes. Her watery eyes looked as if they were about to drip water. She looked at the dragon transformation talisman in her hand as if she was in a dream. There were only 49 dragon transformation talismans in the depths of the primitive dragon gate. No one would complain about having too many of such treasures. Let's leave this place first and find a safe place to refine this dragon transformation talisman. Qin Feng glanced at the female snake who was in a daze and scanned the surroundings. Although the dragon chi here was calm, it was no longer safe. Deshio waved his hand and hugged the beautiful woman's waist. An astonishing elasticity came from his hand, and a layer of red appeared on the dark cloud snake queen's cheeks. The beautiful woman in black had never felt such close contact with a stranger before, especially when the snake ancestor's aura on Qin Feng's body was faintly discernible. The beautiful woman in black only felt her body go soft and her heart beat rapidly. Slightly inhaling that unique aura, the beautiful woman in black instinctively coiled around Qin Feng's chest like a spirit snake. One of her jade-like hands unknowingly stroked Qin Feng's chest. His body moved quickly. Qin Feng seemed to have sensed something and lowered his head to look at the beautiful woman in black who was not obedient on his chest. Snorting lightly, he ignored the beautiful woman in black who was dazed by the snake ancestor's aura. After an hour, Qin Feng found an area where the dragon chi was slightly calmer. The surroundings were dusky, and only the ancient fog of dragon chi flowed. A huge stone mountain floated in the center. Qin Feng's figure flashed and appeared on top of this mountain. "Are you still going to hold on to me?" Hearing the slightly cold voice in her ear, the beautiful woman in black immediately woke up from that strange, intoxicated feeling. Looking at her current state, even if the beautiful woman in black had outstanding wisdom, she could not help but feel a trace of shame and anger. At this moment, her entire body was almost pressed against Qin Feng's chest, and her hands were still groping inside the young man in black's lapel. She could already touch that layer of hot skin that was like warm jade. The temperature from the palm almost made her melt. Raising her head and looking at Qin Feng's pitch-black eyes that were like stars, the beautiful woman in black was like a deer and immediately retreated a few steps. But she did not know why, but the beautiful woman in black felt a little reluctant. After glancing at the beautiful woman, Qin Feng glanced at the surroundings. He started to get busy. Using simple tools, he set up an aura-concealing array formation in the surroundings. "This is an array?" Calming her mind, the beautiful woman in black was slightly surprised. Array. This was a great killing weapon. Very few ordinary martial arts experts understood this Dao. Only a few people were proficient in this Dao. However, even if it was just a superficial knowledge, it was still very amazing. At the same place where countless stones gathered, not long after Qin Feng left, two figures as fast as lightning descended on the original place where the Azure Dragon was crawling. This is the third watch. There are at least two more at night. Chapter 797. Of the two experts, one was fat and wore a coquettish golden robe. His round face was filled with wealth, and his eyes occasionally flashed with a sinister glint. This person was Patriarch Moon Devouring. Moon Devouring is the Azure Dragon transformation talisman here. The other dignified voice sounded with a hint of gloominess. This was a black-robed elder with a white face and a beard. His eyes were long and narrow, and when he looked around, there was a sense of sharpness. This was a reclusive patriarch of the East Sea, Patriarch Six Directions. It's here. Patriarch, moon-devouring, gritted his teeth. Are you sure? Six Directions' long and narrow eyes stared at Patriarch, moon-devouring. His eyes were scarlet red like a bolt of lightning. Patriarch, moon-devouring, was secretly alarmed. This old fellow before him was not a kind person. There was once a huge island sect that was not inferior to a second-rate sect. However, because a disciple unintentionally disrespected his stone statue, the sect was destroyed by him. Patriarch, moon-devouring, cursed himself for causing trouble for himself. This junior is certain that that person obtained the Azure Dragon Transformation Talisman here. He should have already left and is preparing to refine the Dragon Transformation Talisman in a safe place. Patriarch, moon-devouring, explained. Patriarch Six Directions did not speak. His long and narrow eyes flickered with a strange light. His 10 fingers rapidly intertwined, and countless mysterious seals flickered. An ancient six-colored black and white compass appeared between his palms. Six Directions, Heaven Scripture? Patriarch Moon-Devouring's eyes flashed with surprise. This Six Directions Heaven Scripture was a secret technique that made Patriarch Six Directions famous. This was a secret technique that ancient god-fiends used to deduce the mysteries of heaven, earth, sun, and moon. Rumor had it that, with this technique, any profound mystery would be difficult to conceal. This divine ability could evolve into 3 unique primordial treasures. The Six Directions God-Fiend Compass. This treasure traced the origin of all things. The Six Directions God-Fiend Flying Saber. The six-colored flying saber was known to be able to destroy all techniques. It was a top-notch killing item. The Six Directions Heaven Heart Copper Coin. This item could hide a trace of fate from the unseen world. Anyone's calculations would not be able to escape. Countless needles appeared on the six-colored black and white compass. A moment later, Patriarch Six Directions looked in the direction Qinfeng had left. It's here. Patriarch Six Directions' long and narrow eyes revealed a sneer. In a gray storm on the dark mountain rocks, Qinfeng transformed into a black water dragon python. At this moment, his dragon scales were filled with a mysterious green light. In the depths of his heart, the black dragon python's blood essence was dyed with a hint of green. Bang, bang, bang. His heart beat like the morning bell and the evening drum. Within his nemesis, a green talisman seemed to gradually beat along with his heart. Countless strands of green blood rushed into his body under this power. Puff! Countless pieces of flesh with a black fragrance seemed to be squeezed out from under the scales. Sizzle. Following that, the dragon scales began to break as well. Yes, the excruciating pain of changing one's blood and scales made even Qinfeng, who was extremely determined, sweat drip from his forehead. His black hair fell down like a waterfall, and his back was soaked with sweat. Poochie. Qinfeng's hands were inserted into the rocks. He could not help but lie on the ground, his chest heaving up and down violently. It was as if he had lost all his strength. Ah! At this moment, there was a sharp scream. Qinfeng raised his head. On another small rock, the black-clothed beauty had also transformed into her dragon python form. The beauty could not help but roar towards the sky. Below her black and white snake tail, there were also pieces of scales torn, broken, and falling off. There were also pieces of old skin. It was a shocking sight. The transformation of a snake is actually so difficult. Qinfeng almost broke his teeth from clenching them. No wonder there was a rumor in the cultivation world that snake experts were at their weakest when they shed their skin. Just this kind of pain and torture was enough to make a snake expert faint, not to mention the demonic energy in his body. However, Qinfeng knew that he could not faint. Once he fainted, it would be an excellent opportunity to temper his will. He could feel that in this barbaric transformation, the dragon python's flesh and blood had become more resilient and powerful. The dragon blood seeped into his veins. This kind of change was extremely wonderful. Under the intense green light, an inner pellet in the core of the heart began to change first. An extremely mysterious and even firm power was growing. Is this the beast core turning into a dragon pearl. Qin Feng felt this wonderful change. The Yao Dan shrunk and became even brighter, like an extremely resplendent pearl. Its essence had increased by more than 10 times. This was completely like a true treasure in the shape of a pearl. That faint dragon chi surrounded it, filled with a trace of noble purple intent. As the pearl gradually formed, it emitted an extremely bright purple-black brilliance. Under the illumination of the brilliance, the Yuan Shun in his spiritual sea that was originally 3 inches tall suddenly grew to the size of an adult. Yuan Shun growing to the size of an adult. Isn't this the Saint's soul realm? Qin Feng was secretly shocked. It seems like it's a pity that I have to try cultivating the innate Tai, Qi, Yin Yang, Saint's soul. Qin Feng felt that under the influence of the dragon pearl, this innate Yuan Shun was transforming into a dragon form. This kind of transformation was extremely beneficial to Qi Feng. It would be easier to control the dragon body. During this process, the innate Yuan Shun was still growing, as if it had swallowed countless tonics. In the blink of an eye, it had grown another size. Rumor has it that the dragon race is known as one of the innate races. They are born with an advantage over the human race. It seems like this is true. He was secretly happy. At this time, the power contained in the innate Yuan Shun was not inferior to the peak of the Saint King realm. It was only a little bit away from breaking through the Saint King realm and reaching the Great Saint realm. The Great Saint realm was a dividing line. Even the number 1 true disciple of Xingqian school, Gong Ao, was only at this realm. Even among the 72 orthodox profound sects, this was an expert at the level of a grand elder. At this time, the innate Yuan Shun had transformed into a true dragon form. After this transformation, Qin Feng's dragon python true body also began to change. The top of his head was itchy, as if something had broken out his body. Under his ribs, for meat lumps bulged out. Pucci, for pitch-black dragon claws grew out. The slender dragon claws flickered with a dark luster, like a peerless divine weapon that could tear anything apart. The only pity was that there were only 3 dragon claws. This was a 3-clawed black dragon. Only with 4 claws was a true flood dragon. A low roar came from his throat, and waves of dragon roars were emitted, faintly shaking the void. Bang! Qin Feng shattered the broken scales on his body. At this time, he looked like he had slimmed down by more than half. From 300 to 400 feet, he had become a small dragon that was more than 100 feet long. Even so, Qin Feng felt that his strength had increased by more than 10 times, whether it was the strangling power of the dragon body or the tearing power of the claws. Qin Feng circled his body and sized up his new true body. This black dragon body was still slightly inferior to a true dragon body. The black dragon was bald. A true dragon's tail wouldn't be so ugly. Next was the horns. Although he also had 2 horns, they were very short. They were not as slender and lethal as a true dragon's horns. Next was the claws. A true dragon had 5 claws, and he only had 3. Just as he was sizing up, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly moved. His body transformed into a human, and a black robe covered his body. Boom! The outer array shook violently like a tide, as if it had received a terrifying attack. 2 figures appeared in the spiritual sense. There's a 5th update later. Chapter 798. Outside the array formation, Patriarch's 6 directions formed an extremely mysterious black and white 6-colored compass in his hand. On the compass, countless rays of white light circulated, illuminating the void. The aura concealing maze formation Qin Feng had hastily set up was quickly exposed by the 6-colored black and white light. What a powerful 6-direction scripture! Patriarch, moon-devouring, exclaimed inwardly. The maze formation in front of him could be said to be a masterpiece. It was hidden so well that even some Earth domain sages would not be able to detect it. However, nothing could be hidden in front of the 6 directions God-fiend compass. As expected, There is nothing that cannot be seen in the Six Directions universe. Patriarch Moon-Devouring's expression became even more respectful as he thought to himself. You actually chased me all the way here. Qin Feng could clearly see the situation outside the array formation. He recognized Patriarch Moon-Devouring. He was the dragon toad, great sage, who had escaped. The other person was a little unfamiliar, but upon closer inspection, Qin Feng was shocked. This was a level 7 Earth Sage. A level 7 Earth Sage was no small matter. Even the 5 Thearchs elders from Xingqian School were at this level. Back then, the 5 Thearchs elders alone had suppressed the entire Golden Light Fey nation. Existences at this level were legends of the martial way. They were all antiques that had lived for thousands of years. Wealth moves the heart. Looking at the Earth Sage who was breaking the array formation, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. At that moment, a low groan came from the side. The Dark Cloud Snake Queen was completing her final transformation. The Dark Cloud Snake Queen's martial Dao true body was far inferior to Qin Feng's, so it was extremely difficult for her to transform. However, her dragon horns had already grown out. However, compared to Qin Feng's 2 dragon horns, the Onyx Flood Dragon only had 1 dragon horn. The pitch black dragon horn was like a small and exquisite curved blade. Apart from that, the beautiful woman had yet to complete her final transformation and grow dragon claws. She was extremely weak now. If she was ambushed, she would definitely die. At this time, her entire body was soaked, as if she had been fished out of water. Her upper body was naked, and her lower body was a dragon's tail. Her trembling, huge, snow-white, and smooth body dazzled Qin Feng. Impressive, he sighed inwardly. As if sensing Qin Feng's gaze, the beautiful woman's beautiful face flushed red. She raised her head and saw Qin Feng's undisguised and honest gaze. Pain and shyness mixed together, and she almost fainted, seeing the beautiful woman hugging her chest, lowering her head, and blushing. Qin Feng turned around and stepped out of the array in a single step. A sharp claw pierced through space and time. Bang! Patriarch Moon-Devourer, who had been on guard, paled when he saw a pitch-black dragon claw suddenly appear behind him. He opened his mouth and looked at Patriarch 6 Directions, who was not far away. What? Patriarch 6 Unity was given a fright. His intuition told him that a figure was flashing through his consciousness. Just as he was about to defend himself, Patriarch Moon-Devouring was ambushed. This kind of speed, this kind of power, it was enough to make one's heart jump. Patriarch, save me. Patriarch Moon-Devourer looked at Patriarch 6 Unity in despair. Patriarch 6 Unity's figure flashed as he instantly retreated thousands of feet. Such a terrifying existence was beyond imagination. No one can save you. It's fine if you can escape, but you actually dare to find someone to cause trouble for me. You are courting death. Qin Feng sneered as he clenched his dragon claw. A Yao core, as resplendent as the moon, appeared in his palm. This was Patriarch Moon-Devourer's Yao core. This old Yao cultivated the Great Een laws, and his inner core had been tempered by the power of Great Een for thousands of years. At this moment, it was comparable to some top spiritual materials. It was not an exaggeration to call it a Great Een pearl. Who are you? Patriarch 6 Unity looked at Qin Feng with a gloomy expression. The strength Qin Feng had displayed left him apprehensive. Patriarch 6 Directions was confident that his 6 Directions god fiends could also easily kill a great saint like the moon-devouring Patriarch. However, this kind of silent, instant kill method was a little too frightening. At that moment, Patriarch Moon-Devourer let out a shrill scream. The 9 underworlds black water contained in Qin Feng's dragon claw had silently disintegrated his saint's soul and obliterated it. Gulp! Gulp! The black water turned into a ball of water in Qin Feng's hand. The pitch-black ball of water devoured all of Patriarch Moon-Devourer's essence, energy, and spirit before entering Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng's face flashed with a hint of redness. A small supplement. This is the Blackwater Mystical Snake's Dark Nether Blackwater. No, it can't corrode a great sage's laws so easily and kill a great sage. This is the 9 underworlds black water of the Khanate true water. Patriarch 6 Unity sized up Qin Feng from head to toe. A trace of extremely pure dragon aura did not escape his eyes. You succeeded in transforming into a flood dragon. He sucked in a breath of cold air. As a guest elder of the East Sea Dragon Palace, he knew better than anyone what kind of existence the Blackwater mystical snake would become after transforming into a flood dragon. A dark nether flood dragon was a terrifying variant that could rival any divine dragon. An evil flood dragon born in the depths of the 9 underworlds. Even some divine dragons would be jealous of such a flood dragon's bloodline. And who are you? Qin Feng stared at Patriarch 6 Unity. Those who could enter the desolate dragon gate had unintentionally condensed a part of their dragon body. However, no matter how Qin Feng looked, he could not tell what kind of dragon this expert's true form was. A black and white light blocked his vision. Looking at the 6-colored black and white compass in Patriarch 6 Unity's hand, Qin Feng felt that it was somewhat familiar. He seemed to have seen it somewhere before. However, there was too much information in his mind. The thousands of years of memories from his previous life were scattered, making it difficult for him to find it immediately. It doesn't matter. Since this old fellow isn't retreating, he's an enemy. I'll kill him first. After cultivating the dark nether flood dragon's body, Qin Feng could now use a lot more strength. Kill. At almost the same time, Patriarch 6 Unity attacked. He was unwilling to give up on the Azure Dragon Transformation Talisman. His true form was very special, and he was also a variant. Ordinary Dragon Transformation Talismans were not of much use to him. Although Qin Feng had refined the Green Dragon Transformation Talisman, there was still a portion of the Dragon Transformation Talisman's power that had yet to dissipate. As long as he killed Qin Feng and refined the Dragon Transformation Talisman, the effect would be about the same. 6 Unity Demonic Domain, Heaven and Earth Imprisonment. A black and white light erupted from Patriarch 6 Unity's body, instantly sweeping out in all directions. The surging power enveloped Qin Feng, and Qin Feng sneered. 9 Underworld's Demonic Domain, Heaven Tearing. Demonic energy fluctuations that were about to sublimate into the 9 Underworld's laws erupted from his body. The innate 9 Underworld's black water erupted, shattering Patriarch 6 Unity's 6 Unity demonic domain. The power of the innate true water was extremely ferocious. Patriarch 6 Unity's expression did not change when the demonic domain was torn apart, as if he had already sensed it. Void devouring heaven and earth. His pupils instantly turned yellowish-brown, as if the pupils of a terrifying demon had turned upside down. He struck out with his palm, and there seemed to be a vortex that could devour heaven and earth. The terrifying palm force instantly devoured the 9 Underworld's black water and enveloped Qin Feng, wanting to completely devour Qin Feng. Spatial laws. Feeling that extremely familiar law, Qin Feng's face sank, and in the next moment, a thought flashed through his mind. His true form is the ancient great god sky-devouring boss serpent. In an instant, Qin Feng's face turned extremely ugly. A bone-chilling sense of danger emerged, and all the hair on his body stood on end. Okay, it's already 5 updates. The Christmas outbreak is complete. Those who said 4 updates will have a chapter count. Every chapter has a release date, and there are December 5th, 25th on it. If you count wrong, you can look for your PE teacher again. All right, those who messed around in the book review and comment section have been banned for 7 days. After 7 days, the ban will be lifted. You can also look for the group owner to lift the ban. Book Friends Group 531297875. Chapter 799. The ancient great god boss serpent was also a variation amongst snakes. In terms of status, it was in no way inferior to the Blackwater mystic snake. Moreover, in terms of bloodline, the sun-devouring boss serpent was even more tyrannical. In particular, after its evolution, the heaven-devouring flood dragon and chasing sun dragon were extraordinarily tyrannical. So what if it's the sun-devouring boss serpent? Qin Feng grit his teeth. He also cultivated the space laws and was well aware of just how terrifying they were. The most terrifying aspect of the space laws was that they were inclusive. The space laws encompassed gravity, matter, transformation of the 5 elements, and all sorts of other laws. If one used ordinary laws, no matter how much strength they contained, they would be swallowed up by the sun-devouring boss serpent and instead increase its strength. However, although the space laws were one of the pre-celestial laws, there were still ways to restrain them. Over there were termination-type laws. Infinite world, thunder, annihilation. The monster power within his body instantly transformed into an extremely pure thunder attribute strength. The familiar thunder laws descended, and with the support of the heavenly paradise true force, their might instantly rose. In the blink of an eye, he broke through to the 8th-step World King realm. The rich World King-level thunder laws melded with the destructive aura, turning into the annihilation laws that could end all existence. Go! Qin Feng looked up at the black hole in front of him. His face flashed with a cold sneer. He opened his fingers and grasped the mass of destructive thunder, smashing it into the giant black hole. A massive destructive strength instantly exploded from the black hole. What? Old Ancestor 6 Unity's complexion changed. This black hole was connected to his life heavenly paradise, the nihility swallowing world. The nihility swallowing world was different from a normal heavenly paradise. It nurtured life and allowed the heavens and earth to become one. The nihility swallowing world was nothing but nothingness. But it possessed an extremely mystical strength that could swallow all things and digest all origin energy for several uses. Even if it was 10 times or 100 times stronger, it still wouldn't explode. However, it was just as Qin Feng had imagined. The nihility-devouring world was not afraid of anything else. It was only afraid of termination-type laws. As the terrifying, destructive thunder crashed into it, the entire nihility swallowing world seemed as if it couldn't digest it. Beneath the lightning form from the annihilation laws, the crystal walls of the nihility swallowing dimensional strength were like a stomach that had swallowed glass. They were torn apart, and festering holes appeared. Pucci. This was his natal grotto heaven. When his natal grotto heaven was damaged, there would be a backlash that could not be ignored. Old Ancestor 6 Directions gritted his teeth and forcibly suppressed the backlash with his extremely powerful Saint Soul. He quickly mobilized the origin energy of the devouring nihility world and slowly enveloped the ball of energy. In the end, the myriad world lightning annihilation grand mystic art was like water without roots, wood without fate. Under the envelopment of the grotto heaven's origin energy, it gradually recovered. However, it still left a huge scar on the nihility-devouring world, causing it to be unable to use the nihility-devouring world for a short period of time. Damn it! Lu He gritted his teeth in hatred. For a moment, he did not know that Qin Feng also cultivated the law of destruction. One of his trump cards had been ruined. It really is the sun-devouring bash. Qin Feng's eyes darkened. This strike was enough to exterminate a world king or saint, but Old Ancestor 6 Unity had only damaged his heavenly grotto a little bit. The Boss Serpent clan's devouring nihility realm truly lives up to its reputation. But let's see what you've got next. Heavenly Steel Demon God, First Law. With a cold snort, surging monster strength swept out from Qin Feng's body. He formed seals, and a terrifying Kunlun Demon Mountain appeared in his hands. Bang! A vast and mighty strength shook. Time and space seemed to freeze, suppressed by a terrifying strength, unable to move. 6 Unity Transformations, Demon God, Flying Knife. Old Ancestor 6 Unity's complexion changed. He waved his sleeves, and endless black and white strength appeared. A massive array disc appeared, covering the void. Qin Feng's complexion changed. In his perception, The surrounding void seemed to be trapped by this six-colored black and white array disk. It was extremely difficult for him to lift the demon god Heavenly Steel's hand seals. What sort of supernatural space ability is this? Qin Feng discovered that in terms of using the space laws, he was no different from a baby in front of old Ancestor 6 Unity. Although he was skilled in all sorts of killing methods, in terms of using the space laws, he was pitifully crude. The time Qin Feng had spent comprehending the space laws was far too short. To be able to cultivate the body of a space saint in such a short period of time, it had already exhausted most of Qin Feng's effort. Qin Feng's gaze landed on the massive array disk. It seemed to be a supreme treasure similar to the Chaos Divine mountain formed by a supernatural space ability. I can't allow him to complete this innate technique. From the unseen world, Qin Feng could sense a terrifying sense of danger. Countless hand seals appeared in his hands. Heavenly Steel, Demon Suppression, Second Law. The primordial demon mountain's phenomenon changed and turned into an ancient black tablet. The ancient demon's steel suppressed time and space, causing the sky to tremble. Its circulation was obscure. As Qin Feng's seals changed several times, the second demon steel was faintly discernible, but it was still difficult to appear. What kind of supernatural ability is this? It's actually so powerful. Old Ancestor 6 Unity's heart trembled as he was secretly shocked. He felt that the entire 6 Unity Divine spell disc had become abnormally difficult under this power. But so what if your supernatural ability is strong? Once this 6 Unity Flying Dagger is formed, it will seal time and space. No matter where you escape, you will still die. Killing intent flashed through old Ancestor 6 Unity's eyes. The heavenly grotto heaven's origin power surged, and the remaining origin power of the nihility devouring world blasted into the array disk. The six-colored black and white array disk erupted with an extremely dazzling brilliance. Countless rays of light gathered in the 6 grooves of the saber. The profound light condensed, and an extremely sharp light burst out. It was as if it had pierced through the sky. 6 small and exquisite 6-colored flying daggers appeared. A terrifying cold light that could pierce through the heavens flowed through the flying daggers. The moment the 6 flying daggers appeared, a terrifying chill came from the depths of Qin Feng's soul. What a terrifying blade light! What kind of supernatural ability is this? It actually has such power? Qin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air, and his hands moved even faster. The difficulty of executing the second law of the heavenly steel was more than 10 times that of the first law. The primal chaos, heavenly grotto heaven's origin power poured out of his body like a tide. Qin Feng felt as if he could see 12 immemorial devil steels suppressing the heavens and earth. Brat, consider yourself unlucky to have encountered me. These 6 flying daggers were refined from 6 strands of primordial innate killing intent that I painstakingly found. They can kill gods and devour devils. No matter how much of a genius you are, you'll still fall here today. Old Ancestor 6 Unity's long and narrow eyes sneered. His sleeves moved slightly, and he glanced at the black-clothed youth who was wholeheartedly executing the hand seals. He then turned his head to look at the 6 small and exquisite 6-colored flying daggers that were like pieces of art. The 6-color blade light spun from the array disk as fast as lightning and as blurry as rays of light. Old Ancestor 6 Unity's eyes were slightly infatuated. In the next moment, he looked at Qin Feng, who was several thousand feet away. Slash! Old Ancestor 6 Unity flicked his sleeves, and 6 blade lights that contained shocking killing intent silently flew out from the array disk. They slashed towards Qin Feng from the 6 directions of heaven and earth. The blade light was like a graceful swan. Even though he was several thousand feet away, Qin Feng had a terrifying feeling that the world was so big that there was nowhere to hide. Chapter 800. What a terrifying saber light! Qin Feng had never encountered such a terrifying crisis since he had achieved success in his cultivation. Even the two wood ancestors did not give him such a terrifying pressure. The six-colored flying sabers were like blurry saber shadows that pierced through time and space. They were so fast that they reached a terrifying realm. Qin Feng had a feeling that no matter the angle, even if he tore apart the Kong family and hid in a higher dimension, he would not be able to dodge the two flying sabers. Qin Feng blasted out the grotto heaven's origin in his body with all his might. The pitch-black ancient devil steel instantly solidified. The huge heavenly steel appeared from the illusion. Demon suppression. Buzz. The devil steel suppressed, and the entire space-time seemed to have frozen. The six-colored flying sabers pierced through the air from all directions. In an instant, everything froze in the void. He actually cultivated the second level of the heavenly steel mystic technique. In the grotto heaven, the demonic woman's voice was filled with surprise. The celestial steel mystic technique was obtained by the Kunlun Sanctuary's founder. In the past, he had helped the three ancient emperors to quell the chaos. He suppressed the sorcerer ancestor, demon ancestor, barbarian ancestor, and other ancient existences. He suppressed the demon gods, and many barbarian gods and demon gods had died under this supreme technique. Although the founder of Kunlun's sanctuary died in the hands of the barbarian ancestor, this technique's reputation spread far and wide. However, this technique was notoriously difficult to cultivate. Although it was known as a legendary technique, only a few experts in the Kunlun sanctuary could cultivate it. Most of them could only cultivate the first level. Those who could cultivate the second level were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. I really did not expect this heavenly steel mystic technique to involve a trace of the mysterious law of time. Qin Feng felt his body was light, as if the energy in his body had been sucked dry. There was also a slight floating in the chaos grotto heaven, as if all the accumulation had erupted. The ancient devil steel floated in the void, as if it was embedded in the depths of space-time. It emitted a terrifying aura, as if it was suppressing millions of demon gods. The six mysterious flying sabers floated 3 feet away from Qin Feng. A trace of sharpness cut through the void, as if it could pierce through the heavens. Obviously, once one was hit, the outcome would definitely not be good. On the other side, old Ancestor 6 Unity's confident sneer froze on his face. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He couldn't move at all, and even his saint soul was suppressed by the ancient devil steel. The only thing he could do was think. This suppressive strength was far too tyrannical. Let alone a 7th-level Earth Saint, even an 8th-level World King would have to suppress this devil steel for a short period of time. I can't let you die just like that. Thinking about old Ancestor 6 Direction's spatial divine ability, Qin Feng's eyes were filled with passion. He recovered a bit of his cultivation and appeared in front of old Ancestor 6 Direction. Light and darkness chaos great seal. Clasping his hands together, the demonic energy in his body turned into 2 types of chaotic energy, one black and one white. The chaos origin star energy turned into light and darkness. Light turned into all things, and darkness turned into nothing. Old Ancestor 6 Direction's angry and unwilling expression turned into a mystical sealing array formation. Old Ancestor 6 Direction could feel the demonic energy in his body being drawn in by the 2 mysterious powers of light and darkness. It gradually converged into his flesh and blood, finally turning into a black and white rhombus crystal. Seeing this, Qin Feng formed seals with his hands. In space, the devil steel's strength began to gradually collapse. Damn! Feeling that he could move again, old Ancestor 6 Direction immediately went on guard. But he didn't know that he wouldn't even be able to maintain his flight. With a pitiful cry, his body plummeted downwards. Qin Feng sneered. He stretched out a hand, and a giant palm grabbed onto old Ancestor 6 Direction like a little chick. Sealing secret technique. You seal my cultivation? Old Ancestor 6 Unity's expression was extremely gloomy as he stared at Qin Feng. Old Ancestor 6 Direction, you are a smart person. Hand over that divine ability of yours. Qin Feng ignored Old Ancestor 6 Direction's gloomy gaze and went straight to the point. Old Ancestor 6 Direction wanted to rob him. Now that he had fallen into his hands, Qin Feng wouldn't let him die so easily if he didn't take all of his underwear. So, you want my 6 Direction Heaven Scripture technique? Old Ancestor 6 Direction sneered at Qin Feng. Do you think I will tell you? The 6 Direction Heaven Scripture technique. So, it's this divine ability. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of passion. The 6 Direction Heaven Scripture technique was very famous. This secret technique came from the ancient era's 6 Direction Divine King. Back then, 6 Direction Divine King had this secret technique and could be said to be the ultimate. When the Southern Wasteland Great Emperor was still in power, he was titled the Demon Buster Marshal. He had helped the Southern Wasteland Great Emperor destroy countless evil gods. Even if those evil gods hid in the corners, they couldn't escape his pursuit. It was unknown how many evil gods had died to this secret technique. The 9 Pinnacles mountain god had sealed his godly body and hidden the dust because he was afraid of this deity king to avoid being hunted down by this terrifying being. This was an extremely precious space-type secret technique. Furthermore, it was a legendary secret technique that was only at the mythical level. No wonder. I was wondering why this divine ability looked so familiar. He coveted it. Qin Feng now lacked some secret techniques to use the spatial laws. He walked the path of the laws of space, not the laws of lightning or the laws of water. However, looking at Old Ancestor 6 Direction, who had his eyes closed and looked like he was waiting for death, Qin Feng frowned. Torturing an ancient existence like Old Ancestor 6 Direction was useless. This kind of existence had a strong will. Even if his soul was extracted and refined, it would be difficult to spit out anything useful. It's a pity that the All-Life United Hearts can only convert saints. Currently, it can't convert an ancient existence like an Earth sage. Qin Feng thought to himself. Looking at Old Ancestor 6 Direction, who had his eyes closed, Qin Feng felt a headache coming on. This kind of antique was stubborn. Although his Primordial Demon Heart Sutra could control some martial arts giants and even erode some martial arts mighty figures, because of its realm, it was still too weak. Against a legendary rank 7 Earth Sage like Old Ancestor 6 Direction, it was still not enough. Qin Feng's expression was gloomy. Old Ancestor 6 Direction, do you really not want to live anymore? You have cultivated for more than 1,000 years. Are you willing to watch your 1,000 years of cultivation go down the drain? Willing? Of course not. Old Ancestor 6 Direction was extremely unwilling to lose to Qin Feng. Will you let me go? Old Ancestor 6 Direction sneered. Old Ancestor 6 Direction, if I said I would let you go now, you might not believe me. However, I can give you a certain amount of freedom. Furthermore, I can promise you that I will only trap you for 200 years. After 200 years, I will return your freedom. How about that? Qin Feng's gaze was cold. Old Ancestor 6 Direction thought too highly of himself. Qin Feng did not care about a loser like Old Ancestor 6 Direction at all. However, just in case, he still had to cut off Old Ancestor 6 Direction's future. 200 years. The 200 years at the beginning of the Golden Era were the most precious. There were countless opportunities and treasures. If he missed these 200 years, Old Ancestor 6 Direction would be nothing. At that time, any son of Providence will be able to kill him. It's my turn to work overtime today. After this month, I will be able to resume my previous update speed. Everyone, please understand. Tomorrow, 4 chapters. Chapter 801. In the depths of the primitive dragon sect, ancient draconic aura churned. Beneath an ancient door, the door emitted boundless divine light, and a faint primordial dragon roar could be heard. Above the door, 2 heavenly dragons circled, black and white in color. The opening of the dragon sect this time has produced some good seedlings. There should be many divine dragons who can successfully cross the dragon sect. transform into true dragons. On the left, an ancient black dragon suddenly spoke. The white dragon king said lazily, "Old Black, don't worry. Ever since the primitive dragon sect was born from the myriad world's origins, the two of us have been staying in this godforsaken place. Not to mention true dragons. Even the 9 supreme dragon ancestors were born from us. It's a pity that we are called the Origin Dragon King and the End Dragon King, but we have to stay in this godforsaken place all year round." "Old White, can't you say something nice?" Black Dragon was a little dissatisfied. "Let's say something nice. According to the news from the primitive dragon sect, as long as the 9 supreme dragon ancestors reach perfection and nurture 9 innate ancestral dragon chi, the primitive dragon sect will ascend to the eternal supremacy realm. Then you and I will be free and become true dragon kings." "Is this news nice?" White Dragon said weakly. "Ever since the primordial era, several dragon ancestors have been born. However, there are only 7 of them. It's too far from the number of supremes at perfection. 9 supremes at perfection, eternal supremacy." White Dragon's head drooped. An eternal divine artifact was an absolute overlord in the myriad worlds. Among the divine artifacts, its status was not inferior to the eternal dominator. It was the pinnacle of the artifact Tao. The primitive dragon sect had cultivated for countless eras, spreading the Tao of dragons and gathering endless dragon chi. However, in the eyes of a dragon king, it was still far from ascending to the eternal dominator realm. "Old White, don't be discouraged. I think there's a lot of hope this time, but several powerful bloodlines have appeared. 2 snake ancestors, 2 4th-generation dragon bloodlines, and a 3rd-generation innate dragon carp. If these 7 existences can transform into true dragons, it's very likely that 2 dragon ancestors will be born." Black Dragon tried his best to cheer. "Old Black, what you're saying is only a 1 in 10,000 chance. During the primordial era, there were many innate snake ancestors, but in the end, only the eastern blue dragon ancestor was able to transform into a dragon ancestor. Dragons are the symbol of strength. The dragon ancestor is the innate demon god of strength. It's too difficult for these 3rd and 4th generations to transform into the dragon ancestor. If any of them can transform into the dragon ancestor, we'll burn incense to thank them." The white dragon closed its eyes. Black Dragon chuckled. "Senior Bai, that might not necessarily be the case. This era is unlike any other era. The return of karmic luck isn't inferior to the first era, the prehistoric era. It looks to me like those little fellows possess great karmic luck. Moreover, if the 2 of us are included, the 2 of us." White Dragon suddenly opened its eyes, and a divine light flashed through its long and narrow eyes. "You mean?" The white dragon's words had a hidden meaning. "But I'm afraid that's against the rules." The white dragon was a little hesitant. "What rules?" "We're not changing the rules of the primitive dragon sect. We're just sponsoring 1 person each. There are still over-gods in the myriad worlds who would make such long-term investments to nurture countless elites and obtain information to support themselves. There's nothing wrong with us doing this." The black dragon urged with all his might. He had been longing for the outside world for a long time. He was tired of staying in the boring depths of the dragon sect. The white dragon was finally persuaded. To be honest, he didn't want to stay in the depths of the dragon sect any longer. This was a great era with countless karmic luck gathering. It was a great opportunity to attain Tao. Once missed, it would be difficult for him to transcend, even if he escaped in the future. How about this? We'll each sponsor 1 person and see if they can break through their limits. All right, I'll choose him. The black dragon smiled happily. His gaze fell on a black-clothed youth with sharp brows and eyes that were as cold as blades. He exuded the energy waves of a peak great saint. There was a terrifying will that could destroy everything. There was a green dragon transformation talisman in front of him. He was slowly refining it, and an extremely terrifying ancient evil dragon was dancing wildly behind him. This was the bloodline of the 4th-generation innate dragon of destruction. He had taken a liking to this god rebel at first sight. This youth, what a cunning fellow. The innate dragon of destruction contains the will of termination. This youth is also full of karmic luck. With the support of the Dragon King of Termination's karmic luck, the chances of him becoming the ancestral dragon of destruction is at least 10%. 10% seemed very low. In fact, it was already an extremely high probability. The black dragon was obviously very proud of his choice. He looked at the white dragon and chuckled. Old White, who are you going to choose? Among the remaining 6, the 2 snake ancestors have the strongest bloodlines. They're the black water snake ancestor and the 7-colored snake ancestor. Next is the innate sun-water dragon carp. Then there are the 3 4th-generation dragons. Let me see, they're the 4th-generation Eastern Azure Dragon, the Scarlet Flame Mythical Dragon, the Great Black Ice Dragon, and the 4th-generation Innate Thunder Dragon. In terms of bloodline, the 2 snake ancestors have the most advantage. But you and I both know that although these snake ancestors have a trace of dragon nature, because the ancestral snake nature suppresses the dragon nature, it is more difficult for them to become ancestral dragons than ordinary dragons. The chances of them becoming upper true dragons are higher than ordinary dragons. As for the innate dragon carp, how should I put it? This kind of existence is not as good as the best, but it is better than the worst. The ones with the highest chance of becoming ancestral dragons are the few 4th-generation dragons. Originally, the 4th-generation Eastern Azure Dragon was the most suitable investment for you as the original Dragon King. But the Eastern Azure Dragon ancestor's position is already full. There will only be one origin of a bloodline, unless he could devour the Eastern Azure Dragon ancestor. The Scarlet Flame Mythical Dragon and the Great Black Ice Dragon also have ancestral dragons. The Scarlet Flame Dragon ancestor and the Great Black Dragon ancestor's position are already occupied. Now, it seems that your best choice is the Innate Thunder Dragon. Heilong snickered, a hint of mischief in his eyes. That Innate Thunder Dragon was formed from a natural thunder vein that was tainted by the natural thunder vein. It has an excellent bone structure, and the laws of thunder are the coexistence of creation and destruction. With a single thought, it can create and destroy. Bailong glanced at Heilong, who seemed to be up to no good. His gaze seemed to pierce through the void, landing on an area of chaotic, draconic chi where a valiant young man was killing a purple dragon with all his might. Destructive lightning rippled violently, infuriating the purple dragon. Clearly, this innate thunder dragon's law of lightning was more inclined towards destruction. This was also the source of Heilong's mischief. He, Bailong, was the original dragon, the master of creation and life. Yet, he had to support a dragon of destruction. This was a slap in the face. Bailong snorted softly and looked at the 2 snake ancestors. This black-watered mystical snake's law of life seems to be the rare law of space. It's very short and powerful, but his fortune is not as good as the others. His cultivation is also at a disadvantage. His chances of becoming a dragon ancestor aren't too high. Bailong's gaze landed on a woman in a colorful dress. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes, as if he could see the extremely dense fortune above her head. This rainbow snake ancestor is extraordinary. Her chi is flourishing. Compared to the others, she's one of the best. And her law of life seems to be, there's more to come. Chapter 802. As expected, it's an extremely powerful space-type divine ability. On the spot, Qin Feng was satisfied as he tried to figure out the 6 harmonies scripture that he had just obtained from old ancestor 6 directions. This divine ability was like adding wings to a tiger for an expert who cultivated the law of space like him. Patriarch 6 Unity's face was gloomy. When one was under someone else's roof, one had no choice but to lower one's head. Compared to saving his life, the price he had to pay was nothing. At least this person is smart. If he dares to tamper with this mystic technique, I'll definitely make him suffer. After careful consideration, Qin Feng's hand seals changed, and the Yao energy in his body changed. Runes flew out like bees, and a black and white compass gradually appeared in his hand. He actually managed to cultivate the first transformation, the 6 Unity God-Fiend compass so easily? Seeing the black and white compass in Qin Feng's hand, 6 Unity was inwardly shocked. Back then, in order to cultivate the first transformation, he had spent a lot of effort calculating and cultivating. Compared to Qin Feng, he was like a stupid donkey. With the black and white God-Fiend compass in his hand, Qin Feng felt the changes in the surrounding dragon Qi. In the blink of an eye, countless numbers of information were analyzed by the God-Fiend compass. Even the trajectories of the surrounding dragon Qi, as well as the traces of the past, were extremely clear. Under the illumination of the God-Fiend compass, his innate Yuan Shun's thoughts revolved dozens of times faster than before, perhaps even 100 times faster. As expected of the Spirit Sea realm's famous auxiliary cultivation technique. Sensing this change, Qin Feng was secretly delighted. This divine ability had 3 transformations. 6 Unity God-Fiend compass. 6 Unity God-Fiend flying daggers. 6 Unity Heaven Heart copper coin. What he was interested in was not the 6 Unity God-Fiend flying daggers, which had the strongest defensive power, but the first and third transformations. The first one traced the heaven and earth and understood the roots of all things. This was an unparalleled transformation that analyzed the laws. The third one concealed fate and saw through all mysteries. It was a defensive treasure that could block sneak attacks. The pitiful Patriarch 6 Unity had picked up a sesame seed and thrown away a watermelon. Instead, he focused on the second transformation. In Qin Feng's eyes, he was neglecting the fundamentals and focusing on the details. My lord, I hope you can keep your promise. Old Ancestor 6 Unity's cold voice rang out. Don't worry, Old Ancestor Luha. You are also an Earth Saint. You are someone with status and status. When we return, I will make you the Grand Elder of the family and give you the position you deserve. 200 years later, I will set you free. We will use the Dragon Gate as our witness. The primordial desolate dragon sect was extremely powerful. With such an existence bearing witness to the oath, Old Ancestor 6 Unity calmed down slightly. However, Old Ancestor 6 Directions, I'll be frank with you. If within these 200 years, you have other thoughts in your heart. Qin Feng's voice was filled with coldness. Old Ancestor 6 Unity's expression was gloomy, and he did not speak. Boom! At this moment, an aura suddenly erupted from within a maze. The aura that soared into the sky struck the formation like a bolt of lightning. The two of them hurriedly looked over. The center of the maze was suddenly torn apart from the inside, and a one-horned flood dragon appeared in front of their eyes. The black single-horned dragon let out a long dragon roar, not hiding its joy at all. She succeeded in transforming into a flood dragon. Qin Feng felt that the aura on the dark cloud snake empress body was more than 10 times stronger than before. This was already the might of a saint. If not for the fact that they were in the depths of the Dragon Gate, where calamities could not descend, a saint calamity would have descended. My lord, in the distance, a black light flashed, and the one-horned flood dragon's body disappeared. A beautiful woman in black appeared in the dragon Qi. Her watery eyes were filled with joy. This is... As she approached, the dark cloud snake empress glanced at the two sinisterly handsome, middle-aged men beside her. Her face sank slightly. She felt an extremely oppressive aura from this middle-aged man. Very strong. This is an expert from the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Old Ancestor 6 Unity. He's one of us. Qin Feng explained indifferently. Old Ancestor 6 Unity's face was gloomy as he closed his eyes. He was just an ant at the Saint Realm. Seeing Old Ancestor 6 Unity's expression, Qin Feng did not mind. Do you want to enter the third stage? Qin Feng felt that after refining the Dragon Transformation Talisman, he seemed to have obtained a key. The coordinates appeared in his mind, and he could enter the third stage at any time. No, I can't enter like this. There are 49 Dragon Transformation Talismans in the second stage. The primitive Dragon Gate did not stipulate that I can only refine one talisman, so I should be able to refine more. Qin Feng was very clear about how difficult it was for the Dark Nether Flood Dragon to transform into a dragon. After consuming a green dragon transformation talisman, it was only a 3-clawed ostrich. If it wanted to become a 4-clawed flood dragon, it would be even more difficult, not to mention becoming a true dragon. In this second stage, the dark nether flood dragon must at least grow a 4th claw. Otherwise, the chances of it becoming an ancestral dragon are slim. Qin Feng estimated that he would have to refine at least 1 green dragon transformation talisman or 2 red dragon transformation talismans. Suddenly, Qin Feng's expression changed. A very strange feeling appeared in his heart. Like a magnet, the dark nether dragon core in his body started to throb rapidly, emitting a trace of desire and greed. Qin Feng scanned his surroundings and carefully sensed his body. It's the power of the 9 underworld black water. It seems to have sensed the other half's incomplete aura and wants to devour it to complete itself. Could it be that the son of black water has also entered the Dragon Gate? Qin Feng's face lit up. Previously, he had only taken 1/3 of the son of black water's 9 underworld black water. The Xiantian true water chi was not complete, which caused the bloodline of the 9 underworld black water to be unable to complete and evolve into the 9 underworld law. Otherwise, the true power of the Xiantian true water would not be limited to this. And that 2/3 of the serpent ancestor's fortune, you've really given me a pillow when I'm feeling sleepy. Son of black water, this time I'm going to plunder all of you in one go. His gaze fell on the black and white godfiend compass before him. Qin Feng's eyes flickered and a trace of the 9 underworld black waters aura entered it. The black and white godfiend compass spun rapidly. After a while, the 2 black and white needles locked onto a direction. It's over there. Qin Feng raised his head and looked in that direction. His eyes lit up. This is the Dragon Gate of the primitive world. What a rich dragon chi! With a flash of green light, a figure appeared in the ancient flowing dragon chi. He was dressed in white and had a green feather crown on his head. His eyes were filled with a trace of unconcealable fervor. After scanning for a while, he said regretfully, "It's a pity that the dragon chi here is too explosive and cannot be refined directly. Otherwise, if I could refine this dragon chi." At this moment, his eyebrows suddenly twitched and a strange connection appeared in the depths of his soul. This connection is the other 1/3 of the 9 underworld black water. That brat also entered the Dragon Gate. His eyes widened in shock. Then, a trace of malevolence appeared in his eyes. What a waste of effort. That brat took 1/3 of my essence blood and chi. I'm going to devour this brat to complete my luck. Chapter 803. At the mention of Qin Feng, the son of black water clenched his teeth in hatred. Taking advantage of the fact that he had just recovered and was at his weakest, he had snatched 1/3 of his blood essence. His foundation was almost completely destroyed. 1/3 of the 9 gloom black water. The connate primordial water was a complete entity. One more or less might not seem like much, but in reality, that was not the case. The 9 gloom primordial water in his body was the accumulation of the complete connate primordial water's fate energy. Once it was divided, it would not be as simple as just having great power. It was like a complete connate god descending into the world. Before it was even born, a portion of its power and fate energy had already been divided. However, since that brat was able to snatch my 9 gloom primordial water, he is obviously not a simple person. I can't fail at such an easy task. It's best to plan first and obtain the dragon transformation talisman to raise my dragon body's power by a few levels. The son of Blackwater's recovery speed was extremely fast. After not seeing him for a few months, he was already a sage-level existence. His Sage Dao laws were extremely powerful. However, for Qin Feng, the son of Blackwater had probably failed once, so he was not very confident. He scanned the surrounding space-time and disappeared into the dragon aura in a flash. In another space-time, Qin Feng looked around and stared at the 6 directions divine fiend compass in his hand. Following the direction of the compass, he felt that the remnant of the 9 gloom primordial water was getting closer and closer. Behind him, Patriarch Six Directions and the Dark Cloud Serpent Empress watched closely, scanning the surrounding dragon aura storm from time to time to prevent a sneak attack. Boom! The unstable dragon energy in the surroundings formed a hurricane that swept past, covering the sky and the earth. At that moment, Qin Feng's expression changed. A familiar aura appeared on the Six Directions Divine Fiend Compass. On the Six Directions Divine Fiend Compass, a faint scarlet dragon aura appeared. It was the color of flames. This seems to be the aura of that little female dragon. Qin Feng was slightly surprised. With a wave of his sleeves, a pure demonic power was released and merged into the Six Directions Divine Fiend Compass. A faint scarlet mark appeared in the dragon aura hurricane. Strangely, even the dragon aura hurricane could not erase this faint scarlet mark. This was the aura left behind by that little female dragon. This was exactly the same as the reaction from the Nine Underworlds' black water. With a flash of black light, Qin Feng activated his demonic energy. His robes fluttered as he instantly disappeared from where he stood. An hour later, no one knew how long they had been flying. The three of them appeared in an area where the dragon energy was extremely unstable. Boom! Countless tornadoes collided with each other like thunder and lightning. The violent tornado caused this area to be filled with all sorts of dangers. Be careful. This place is filled with special thunderbolts condensed from various dragon aura essences. These thunderbolts are filled with destructive power and can easily tear apart a sage's body. Old Ancestor Six Directions' gloomy voice sounded. The Dark Cloud Snake Empress expression changed. Qin Feng glanced at the two of them and said, "It's fine." The monster aura around his body expanded and shrouded Grand Ancestor Six Directions, Serene Cloud Snake Queen, and turned into an innate yin-yang divine art. The innate yin-yang power flowed around the three of them without stopping. Boom! At this moment, the entire space-time trembled, and a tornado appeared in the sky. Countless lightning bolts surrounded the tornado, and even from afar, the Dark Cloud Snake Empress could not help but turn pale. This was too terrifying. With just a glance, the sage laws in her body were like weak ants in front of this miracle. Subconsciously, the Dark Cloud Snake Empress could not help but lean closer to Qin Feng. Two jade-like hands were pressed against Qin Feng's arm, and her full breasts were pressed against him. An amazing elasticity could be felt, and Qin Feng glanced at the Dark Cloud Snake Empress. Boom! At this moment, there was a rumble that sounded like the roar of a thunder god. A huge tornado appeared in front of them, and the high-speed, terrifying thunderbolts and hurricanes bombarded the innate yin-yang divine art. Qin Feng felt as if thousands of mountains had crashed into the innate yin-yang divine art, and he could not help but let out a groan. The power of this attack was not inferior to that of a great sage. It was as if countless great sages were bombarding the innate yin-yang divine art at every moment, and the huge recoil surged into Qin Feng's innate primordial spirit like a tide. Lord, be careful. This wind and lightning is different from the ones in the past. It is nurtured by dragon aura essence, and a trace of dragon aura essence is equivalent to the power of a mountain. There are at least tens of thousands of them in this huge tornado. Old Ancestor Six Directions' belated warning came. He closed his eyes, and there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. So what if it's dragon aura essence? How could it do anything to me? Watch me swallow it and replenish my vitality. Qin Feng coldly snorted, and his eyes changed as he circulated the 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll. Boom! The sound of a flood seemed to come from his body, and an unparalleled aura came out from his pores. In an instant, the black-clothed youth turned into an ancient continent. When this ancient continent appeared, it was like a sea-stabilizing needle with boundless power. Boom! As Old Ancestor Six Directions and the Dark Cloud Snake Empress's expressions changed, countless violent dragon auras in the surroundings fused into the continent. It can actually swallow dragon auras and refine them. Old Ancestor Six Directions was shocked. He could see that this ancient continent seemed to have an indescribably mysterious power. It was even more mysterious than the laws, and even more ancient than the heavenly Tao. There was a mysterious divine power that could swallow the 8 desolations and fuse with the 6 directions. The ancient continent wriggled and created countless territories. Ravines crisscrossed the territories, and they seemed to contain indescribable mysteries. Old Ancestor 6 Directions could not help but be infatuated with it, as if he had seen the truth of the great Tao. As expected, this dragon aura can't be refined by the true power of the 4th layer of the extreme Tao, but the power of the 8 desolations could be refined. This 8 desolation indestructible heaven scroll was passed down from the Eastern Desolation Great Emperor, and it swallowed the 8 desolations. It comprehended many of the mysteries of the Spirit Sea realm. Although the dragon aura's essence is extremely strong, it still belongs to the Spirit Sea realm, and it can't escape this category. Boom! The entire tornado seemed to be sucked in by the 8 desolation divine land that Qin Feng had transformed into. Streaks of gray dragon-shaped lightning essence were peeled off from the tornado and fused into the 8 desolation divine land, causing the 8 desolation divine land to become even more real and its power to become even greater. Qin Feng felt as if he had swallowed an unimaginable tonic. The medicinal powers surged, and countless mysteries of the 8 desolations appeared in his primordial spirit, turning into nourishment for his primordial spirit and body. His body was changing to the extreme. It can actually swallow dragon aura essence. In the depths of the Dragon Gate, the black and white dragon kings looked at this scene in amazement. Since ancient times, although the boundless dragon aura in the primitive Dragon Gate was a supreme treasure, very few people could swallow it, use it, and improve themselves. This kind of power is so mysterious. In terms of essence, it's not much inferior to the Dragon Gate. It's really boundless power, but where have I seen this kind of power before? The black dragon muttered, its eyes filled with confusion. Chapter 804. This cultivation technique is very mysterious. It seems to contain the profound truth of the great Tao of the myriad worlds. It can faintly trigger the power of the Spirit Sea realm. White Dragon's eyes flickered with divine light. He seemed to see a miniature Spirit Sea realm on Qin Feng's body. Trigger the power of the Spirit Sea realm. Black Dragon gasped. Although the primitive dragon sect was only half a step away from the legendary Eternal Dominator, it was nothing in front of the Spirit Sea realm. The Spirit Sea realm had a great origin. Even the primitive dragon sect's Eternal Dominator couldn't compare to it. To be able to trigger the power of the Spirit Sea realm, this cultivation technique was very terrifying. It was almost equivalent to being the son of the Spirit Sea divine land. White Dragon shook his head. I can only say that it has the potential. I can't do that yet. Right? I remember now. It seems that there was a similar guy in the ancient era who cultivated this cultivation technique. That guy forced his way into the dragon sect and absorbed the dragon chi. You're talking about that despicable thief. He stole a set of dragon veins that our primitive dragon sect used for millions of years to nurture. If not for him, the 8th dragon ancestor might have been born long ago. Black Dragon gritted his teeth. His tone was filled with anger. There was also a hint of gnashing teeth. White Dragon narrowed his eyes. It's that guy. That guy is one of the ancient emperors. His cultivation is also ridiculously strong. He's not a demon god, but he's even more terrifying than one. There was one more thing that the 2 dragons were too embarrassed to say. Back then, the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor had forced his way into the dragon sect to seize the dragon chi and refine the dragon veins. The 2 dragon kings had fought fiercely, but unfortunately, they couldn't do anything to the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor. Instead, they were beaten by the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor. If he had the primitive dragon sect as his backing, he would have died long ago. In the primordial era and the ancient era, many ancient emperors were born. However, in terms of terror, the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor was definitely the first. Of course, the other 5 Wilderness Great Emperors were also well-known figures among the ancient emperors. Every single one of them ruled over an era, creating a leaderless era. Dragon Chi essences were forcefully pulled down like divine dragons and fused into the spirit sea divine land that Qin Feng had transformed. Countless mysteries were born, as if it was a real world. In the blink of an eye, under the shocked gazes of old Ancestor 6 Directions and the dark cloud Snake Empress, the all-encompassing tornado was completely swallowed up. Boom! Divine land changed and gradually turned into a human form. This was a giant that was dozens of feet tall. His muscles were intertwined, and he was filled with a majestic energy. He was like a divine mountain that was pressing down on space. I'm so stuffed. Qin Feng felt as if he was about to explode. The terrifying Dragon Chi essence was comparable to a 10,000-year-old spiritual vein that had been nurtured underground. If he hadn't cultivated the 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scroll, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Streams of Dragon Chi essence fused into his veins, cleansing his marrow. Qin Feng felt that his physical body was strengthened to a terrifying level under the aid of this terrifying power. It was as if his physical body could tear apart the laws and blast open the heavens and the earth. He was like an ancient god of creation. I feel like I could defeat a sage with my current physical strength. Circulating the 8 Desolation Indestructible Heaven Scripture, the huge true body rapidly shrank under the refinement of countless runes. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its original size. Countless ancient runes absorbed the terrifying power and turned it into runes that were engraved on his bones. As it was activated, countless runes interweaved, as if it could form an ancient continent at any time. With a light breath, a billowing strength surged forth. At this moment, Qin Feng had a feeling that even if he didn't use the power of the Chaos Paradise, he could still kill a great sage. If he used the power of the Chaos Paradise's source power, then even an 8th-level World King, Saint, would be blown apart. Continue forwards. Lin Ming glanced at Old Ancestor 6 Unity and the Nethercloud Snake Empress. Qin Feng continued forwards. At this time, the 6 Unity Demon God Compass in his hand bloomed with a brilliance that it had never seen before. It was like a massive continent was flowing within the compass. After perceiving the many changes of the 8 Desolation Divine Land, this supernatural ability had some changes that even the Creator, Sage Monarch 6 Unity, couldn't imagine. It had become even more mysterious. Countless information changes appeared in his primordial spirit. At this time, Qin Feng's primordial spirit was nourished by the dragon energy and became even more dignified. The strength it manifested was no weaker than a great sage's. His footsteps shook. Endless dragon energy was swallowed up by him, fusing into his body and turning into nourishment. Even some of the terrifying thunder, hurricanes, profound ice, and divine fire in this unstable region were torn apart by him and fused into his body. Old Ancestor 6 Unity was secretly startled. The thunder, hurricanes, profound ice, and divine fire were not formed from ordinary origin energy, but were evolved from dragon energy. It could be said that they possessed the terrifying strength of a saint, enough to obliterate the Saint Tao. But all of them had been broken apart and swallowed up by Qin Feng. Just how terrifying was this? Perhaps even some true dragons didn't have such a terrifying ability. What a monster! Old Ancestor 6 Unity felt that his defeat wasn't unjust. Bang! The closer they got to the center of this chaotic world, the more wild and wild the dragon energy became. Endless dragon energy evolved into all sorts of wildly colored thunderbolts, turning the entire chaotic world into a world of thunder and lightning. A pre-celestial yin-yang appeared around Qin Feng. The pre-celestial yin-yang evolved into a divine land. As the thunder approached the 3 of them, it was torn apart, swallowed up, and turned into nourishment for Qin Feng's body refinement. Bang! With the sound of thunder, a vast region appeared in front of everyone's eyes after passing through the dragon energy hurricanes. Under the lightning that filled the sky, a terrifying divine dragon appeared in front of everyone's eyes. On a stone mountain filled with dragon energy that was filled with lightning, a divine dragon was lying on its stomach. Its 7-colored dragon scales were like a dream. This was a 7-colored divine dragon. It's actually a 7-colored divine dragon. Old Ancestor 6 Unity looked at the colossal creature that was thousands of feet long, his voice filled with disbelief. The dragon transformation talisman was divided into 6 grades: white, yellow, red, green, purple, and 7-colored. A 7-colored divine dragon must contain the highest grade of 7-colored dragon transformation talisman. In an instant, Old Ancestor 6 Unity's eyes were filled with unconcealable passion. Qin Feng was much calmer. He immediately saw that there were other people outside this divine mountain. Thousands of feet away from this place, under a small black stone mountain, an ancient tree stood tall. It was a thunder spiritual root. Rooted in the stone, the divine mountain was filled with lightning. There were only a few branches and leaves, all of which were blue in color. To be able to survive in a violent dragon energy and absorb it to grow, this was at least a high-grade spirit root. It might even be at the level of a quasi-god. However, Qin Feng did not look at this ancient tree. Under this ancient tree, on a huge rock, there was a woman in colorful clothes sitting cross-legged. Her hair was tied up high in a bun. A red-clothed girl with a fiery figure stood at the side with her lips pursed. She looked around with a wronged expression. When she saw the black-clothed youth walk out of the hurricane, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. Chapter 805. Qin Feng recognized her at a glance. It was the young lady in red after the little female dragon transformed. I was wondering how this little female dragon could enter such a dangerous place. It turns out that she was kidnapped. Thinking to himself, Qin Feng stared at the woman in colorful clothes for a while. The multicolor-robed woman's cultivation base was very high. She immediately felt this rude gaze. She opened her eyes and saw a rude young man in black not far away. He was staring at her unscrupulously. She was slightly angry, but when she took a closer look, her expression changed. Snake Ancestor. She was very familiar with that special, boundless, primitive, and extremely noble aura. Snake Ancestor. Qin Feng muttered to himself at this time. The woman in colorful clothes had the same aura as him. They were faintly connected to each other, but they were also faintly repelling each other. Vaguely, Qin Feng saw a 7-colored python on the woman in colorful clothes. It's actually the Snake Ancestor, and it's a 7-colored sky-devouring python. The 7-colored sky-devouring python was a mutant that was not inferior to the Blackwater mystical snake and the sun-devouring snake. However, this mutant had been very rare since ancient times. Since ancient times, there were legends of this mutant. Crimson, why do you know him? The woman in colorful clothes had a strange look in her eyes. She naturally saw the expression of the new maid beside her. Yes, miss, that's Master. The little female dragon was overjoyed. If she was worried about the terrifying woman in colorful clothes in front of her, she would have run over long ago. Qin Feng scanned the surroundings. There were 2 other groups of people who noticed his arrival. One of them was a young man in black. He stood alone on a huge dragon aura origin stone. A surging aura flowed around him like a huge star. Just by sensing it slightly, a force of the same origin followed. Origin star true power. At this moment, the cold young man in black seemed to have sensed something. His dark eyes were like thunder and suddenly swept over. So strong, Qin Feng's heart sank. He felt an extremely powerful aura oppressing him. This aura was full of destructive power, as if it could destroy everything. He's at least at the pinnacle of the Great Sage realm, and he's no ordinary Great Sage. Looking back, Qin Feng was at the back of the group. The last party also had 3 people. His gaze fell on one of the handsome young men. He was about 17 or 18 years old. He was dressed in white, and had a green feather crown on his head. At this moment, the young man also looked over. When he saw Qin Feng, he was slightly startled. In the next moment, his eyes were filled with a hint of coldness that disappeared in a flash. Son of black water, expressionless, Qin Feng's eyes revealed a hint of understanding. Similarly, a hint of coldness flashed through his eyes. Your Honor, it's someone from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Old ancestor Lu Ha transmitted his voice. Your Honor, be careful. That is Ao Chao, the 13th prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace who recently rose to power. The two people beside him are not simple either. They are famous figures of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Their strength is not weaker than mine. The fat and thin old man's body is a very rare dragon whale. Qin Feng nodded slightly. His figure flashed, and in an instant, he appeared in front of the girl in colorful clothes. The girl in colorful clothes opened her eyes and frowned as she looked at the young man in black who suddenly appeared. As a snake ancestor, she could vaguely feel a kind of attraction. There's also a kind of instinct to devour. Miss, I am Qin Feng. Greetings. His figure suppressed the abnormal movement in his body. Qin Feng bowed slightly with his hands folded. Your intentions are clear. I didn't know that Scarlet already had master. I only saw her being bullied and humiliated by others, so I saved her and kept her by my side. Since you're her former master, then take her away. Under the thunder tree, the girl in colorful clothes spoke indifferently. She just looked at the girl in black in front of her, and the trace of surprise in her eyes could not be concealed. Being bullied? Qin Feng frowned. He looked at the little female dragon. Master. The little female dragon felt wronged and pursed her lips. Qin Feng signaled the Dark Cloud Snake Empress behind him with his eyes. The Dark Cloud Snake Empress stepped forward and called her sister. Then, she pulled the little female dragon behind Qin Feng. Thank you for taking care of my maidservant these days. The girl in colorful clothes seemed to have a very cold temperament. She nodded slightly. The two of them chatted for a while, and Qin Feng then left. Master, you have to avenge me. He bullied me. Seeing Qin Feng walking over, the little female dragon was filled with righteous indignation. She pointed at the people of the East Sea Dragon Palace in another area. He wants to capture me as his maidservant. The little female dragon was furious and pouted. Looking at the little female dragon who was like a newborn, Qin Feng frowned. This silly dragon relied on eating to obtain her cultivation in a short time. Now, her brain was not working well. She had just gained intelligence. However, looking at the people of the East Sea Dragon Palace, especially the son of Blackwater, Qin Feng suddenly felt disgusted. This was really a new grudge. On the side, old Ancestor Six Directions frowned as he glanced at Scarlet, who had a silly look on her face. Your Honor, you have to be careful. The 13th prince has recently been favored by the East Sea Dragon King. If you touch him, I'm afraid the East Sea Dragon Palace will not let it go. The East Sea Dragon Palace was a super force in the 5 seas. Its reputation was not weaker than the top 3 of the 72 mysterious sects. This was a super force. Once offended, it would be a disaster for the sect. It's fine. He's just a son of the dragon. In the Battle of the Great Tao, I can't back down. Qin Feng's face was cold. If he wanted to get the position of the Black Water Demon God, he had to get the other 2/3 of the 9 underworld Blackwater Providence. This son of Blackwater must die. He believed that the son of Blackwater had the same intention of killing him. As long as the 9 underworld Blackwater Providence was not complete, it would be difficult for the two of them to climb to the Blackwater God position in a short period of time. Old Ancestor Six Directions frowned and complained in his heart. As a guest elder of the East Sea Dragon Palace, he knew very well how powerful the East Sea was. Many of the dragon princes could be said to be the direct descendants of the East Sea. If he killed the dragon princes, it would be terrible. The entire East Sea Dragon Palace would be turned upside down. At this moment, Qin Feng's tone changed. Moreover, this person is a son of the dragon who has been possessed. I'm cutting off future trouble for the East Sea Dragon Palace. I think they should thank me. What? Possession? Old Ancestor Six Directions was shocked, and the words that he wanted to say to stop stopped. Possession. This was also a taboo among many forces. It was the most detestable thing to do. Help me block those two old men for a moment. I'll kill this person first, then we'll get the Rainbow Divine Dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold smile. His figure suddenly disappeared into the void. Seeing Qin Feng's figure suddenly disappear, the expressions of the multicolor-clothed woman and the indifferent young man from the Star Sect immediately changed. They were secretly on guard. Oh no, elders, be careful. The son of Blackwater's face suddenly changed. After seeing Qin Feng disappear, he instinctively felt a terrible murderous intent coming from the unseen world, which almost made his scalp explode. 13th Prince, don't worry. With the two of us here, we won't let this evil thief hurt the prince. The fat and thin elders looked at each other and were about to use their divine powers. Suddenly, their bodies sank and a black and white light fell on them. For a moment, they couldn't move. A strange and ancient figure appeared dozens of feet away from them. Elder Long Xian, Elder Long Qi, don't be impatient. Listen to me. It's you, Luha. There's more later. Chapter 806. Luha, are you crazy? How dare you help an outsider attack the 13th Prince? You should know that your Boss Serpent clan's territory is still under the jurisdiction of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Long Xian and Long Qi were enraged. Both of you, there's no need to say anything. I have my reasons for taking action. Please watch from the sidelines for a while. Patriarch Lu He's expression did not change, but he laughed bitterly in his heart. He had no choice but to lower his head. His only hope now was that Qin Feng's possession was not wrong. Otherwise, it would be a huge disaster. Long Xian and Long Qi roared furiously. How could they listen to Patriarch Lu He's nonsense? Two powerful demonic auras exploded. Patriarch Lu He could only use all his strength to hold back the two of them. On the other side, the son of Blackwater sneered. Little bastard, come out. I didn't kill you before, but you still dare to come to me. This time, I'll fulfill your wish. He glanced at the void and let out a long roar. Boundless black water vapor swirled around him like a terrifying heavenly river. It seemed to have eyes as it swept toward Qin Feng, who had just revealed himself. This was also the 9 underworld's black water. In terms of control over the connate primordial water, Qin Feng was no match for the son of Blackwater, who had been controlling the connate primordial water for 10,000 years. Qin Feng would not embarrass himself. 6 Directions Divine Demon, seal the void. The demonic aura in his body changed, and an ancient divine land seemed to appear in his body. The surging power instantly formed an ancient compass. The surging power of the divine land froze time and space. The surging 9 underworld's black water froze a few feet in front of Qin Feng. The power of space. This seems to be the 6 Directions scripture of the great sage, Luha. The son of Blackwater was shocked. However, a cold smile flashed across his eyes. So what if he's the great sage Luha? In terms of seniority, he's still my junior. The world of Blackwater is boundless. I'll let you see the true power of the connate primordial water. Boom! As if the void was roaring, a stream of black water seemed to silently penetrate the surroundings. The power of the demonic god of 6 Directions divine demon's compass to lock the void instantly disappeared under the corrosion of the black water. It can actually erode the power of space sealing. At the same time, the black 9 underworld's black water that filled the sky seemed to have completely exploded, shooting towards Qin Feng like sharp arrows. The 9 underworld's black water of the 9 great primordial waters is really strange. I clearly saw the primordial spirit of the other one, and it was the black water snake ancestor. How can this dragon child also control the 9 underworld's black water? Moreover, I seem to be able to sense the aura of the snake ancestor from this dragon child. Under the thunder tree, the multicolor-clothed woman looked at the battle between the two sides and found it strange. You have some skill. No wonder a saint dares to come here alone and try to catch the attention of an 8th-level world king saint powerhouse like the rainbow divine dragon. God-defying furrowed his brows. His eyes were filled with thoughts. His gaze fell on Qin Feng. Who is this person? He clearly cultivates the art of mixed stars of our Xingqian school. Since when did our Xingqian school have such a tyrannical disciple? A faintly discernible fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. You are truly worthy of being the son of Blackwater. Of the Blackwater Mystic Snake clan's 9 underworlds true water, only you can display it to such a boundary. In Qin Feng's eyes, that little bit of 9 underworlds Blackwater was clearly a small paradise formed by the 9 underworlds Blackwater. This was the explosion of countless paradise explosions. This sort of strength was enough to easily kill a 6-step great saint. Son of Blackwater? 2nd-generation Blackwater snake ancestor? On the other side, as Long Xian and Long Qi heard Qin Feng's words, they paused in their battle with old ancestor Sixway. They couldn't help but look towards Ao Chao. The two of them had doubtful expressions. Could it really be as old ancestor Sixway said, that their 13th prince had been seized by the son of Blackwater? Ao Chao naturally saw the expressions of the 2 East Sea Dragon Palace elders. He knew this was bad. His eyes were ice cold as he glared at Qin Feng. That's right, you little beast. Your guess is correct. This crown prince has also obtained a part of the remnant soul of the son of Blackwater. Today, I vow to take back the other third of your inheritance. Obtain the son of Blackwater's inheritance. The 2 elders felt relieved and exchanged a glance. This explained why the 13th prince had risen so quickly recently. Seeing the doubt in the 2 elders' eyes disappear, Ao Chao became ruthless. He urged the 9 underworlds Blackwater to become even more sinister as it rained down on Qin Feng like a torrential downpour. He had to kill this brat. Sure enough, this kind of fake is most afraid of being exposed. Qin Feng sneered. Taking advantage of the slight opening in Ao Chao's mind, 129,600 strands of demonic energy surged in his palm, and a boundless suction force erupted from his palm. Azure Dragon Martial Divine Tao, Hidden Dragon Palm. In the blink of an eye, the 9 underworlds black water that shot out from the void was sucked in by Qin Feng, turning into an extremely dark water ball. What? Ao Chao's pupils shrank, and his expression changed. Qin Feng stared at the water ball in his hand. Countless strands of black water from the 9 underworlds were exploding within it. It was like countless worlds were being destroyed, and a terrifying power was generated. When this power erupted, it felt like it could shatter the heavens. A cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth, and his figure suddenly appeared in front of Ao Chao like a stream of light. Not good. Ao Chao's eyes flashed with a trace of shock, and he was about to retreat. Want to retreat? It's too late. Hidden Dragon Martial Divine Tao, Coiling Dragon Eruption. Qin Feng's cold voice rang out. The huge power followed an inexplicable trajectory, and with a speed that broke through time and space, it struck Ao Chao's abdomen, instantly piercing through the terrifying black ball of water. Boom! In the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. Everyone felt as if 10,000 bolts of lightning had exploded from where the two were fighting, and it was as if time and space were being destroyed. A raging power surged out from the center. Several hundred feet away, Long Xian, Long Qi, and old ancestor Lu He, who were fighting fiercely, were shocked. In the next moment, they were hit by the power. The 3 Earth Sage experts' faces changed, and the Earth Sage laws on the surface of their bodies shattered instantly. Bang! As if they had been hit in the chest by a heavy hammer, the 3 of them spat out mouthfuls of blood. They looked at each other and suddenly turned into 3 faint, blurry rays of light, and were pushed back several thousand feet by the force of the impact. Boom! Thousands of feet away, the cold young man, God-defying, felt the tsunami of black water bombarding him, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. Boom! He struck out with his palm, and as if the two extremes of light and darkness were opened, the mighty black water tide was instantly split into two, extending for dozens of miles. This kind of fluctuation is at least at the level of a rank 8 Earth Sage. These two are really not ordinary tyrannical. Even among the awakened ancient prodigies, there are not many who can have this kind of power. Under the thunder tree, the multicolor-robed woman stood up in high spirits. A ray of 7-color divine light swept past, and the black water that filled the sky was firmly blocked outside the ancient tree and stone mountain. On the other side, the 7-color divine dragon was still sleeping soundly. Its body was suffused with 7-colored light, and countless black water filled the air, but when it encountered the 7-colored light, it avoided it. This is the last time I'm asking for leave, and I'll return to the rhythm of 4 updates starting tomorrow. Chapter 807. Is he dead? From afar, everyone stared at the depths of the black water. He's not dead. Qin Feng walked out of the black water. His divine thoughts sensed that although the son of black water's body had been blown up, his aura was faintly discernible. Trying to run or sneak up on me? Qin Feng was more inclined to the latter. An old monster like the son of Blackwater would definitely not give up. I think he must have many tricks up his sleeve. He must be secretly looking for an opportunity to give me a hard time. As for the son of Blackwater's body that had been blown up, if it were an ordinary person, Qin Feng would definitely think that he had been seriously injured. However, if it were an old antique like the son of Blackwater, Qin Feng had every reason to suspect that he was only lightly injured or not injured at all. Just like him, even if someone had blown up his body, he could still regenerate it. The son of Blackwater's origin was even more ancient than him. At his peak, he was even closer to the divine demon realm than him. It was impossible that he did not have any powerful tricks up his sleeve. However, no matter how powerful he is only a sage now. His strength is far from his peak. This gives me a chance to kill him easily. After pondering in his heart, Qin Feng made a decision. Divine Steel, Divine Demon, second technique. Qin Feng closed his eyes silently. Endless demonic power flowed in his hands. The origin energy of the grotto heaven swept out from his body like the Yellow River. A small bridge and a pitch-black demonic steel phantom appeared on Qin Feng's palm. It's over. The son of Blackwater is an idiot. The Blackwater Sky River technique from ancient times was also a unique technique. It was said to be the closest to the mythical level water technique. When the 9 black rivers work together, even the power of the 5 seas will be suppressed. It can even intercept the origin energy of many river systems. It's a pity that he encountered the Divine Steel, Divine Demon fourth technique. In the depths of the chaotic grotto heaven, the pink-robed demoness sighed. Hearing this, the Siren Queen's expression was complicated. A hint of other emotions flashed in her eyes, but there was a trace of determination. With the first handprint, the second technique of the Divine Steel was more than 10 times faster than before. What is he doing? Just as Qin Feng had guessed, the son of Blackwater had cultivated the 9 nether true body long ago. Although his physical body had not been reborn from a drop of blood, like Qin Feng, it was still impermanent. When the 9 underworld's black water exploded in his body, although it damaged a part of his vital chi, his true body was not damaged at all. The reason why he disappeared without a trace was because he had merged with the black water that filled the sky in order to numb Qin Feng. From his point of view, Qin Feng was still young, so of course, he might have the flaw of a young man's hot-bloodedness. Once he revealed a flaw, he would wait for the opportunity to kill him. However, Qin Feng's actions caused his face to turn gloomy. Qin Feng did not get carried away by his momentary advantage. Clearly, he was preparing some terrifying secret technique. Seeing Qin Feng's countless hand seals changing, a faint sense of unease came from the depths of his soul. No, I can't let him continue using his secret technique. Use your trump card and kill him. A cold glint flashed across A.O. Chao's eyes. World of Blackwater, support my body. Black snake, 100 Rin slaughter. A huge water-type heavenly abode appeared in his body. It was a huge, ancient heavenly abode made up of pure, primordial water. This was the world of black water that he had condensed in his previous life. Although it had withered after countless years and fallen from a world to a medium elemental paradise, it was still a peak medium elemental paradise. Bang! An ancient source strength supported his body. His aura that was no weaker than a great sage's instantly rose as he broke through to the 7th level of the Earth Saint realm. In the blink of an eye, he reached the peak boundary and then broke through to the 8th level of the World King realm. An ancient and divine aura that was equal to the heavens and born with the world appeared from his body. A figure, 1, 2, 3, with the summons of the son of Blackwater. Over 10 rivers appeared around him. The power of 10 rivers. What a terrifying strength this was. The moment this strength appeared, even the rainbow-clothed woman and god renegade revealed looks of dread. He has already surpassed the 8th level of the World King realm. His body seems to be a water elemental paradise. With such fluctuations of strength, even if I were to forcefully face them, I would be at a disadvantage. The rainbow-clothed woman's eyes chilled. These two were formidable rivals in the struggle for the rainbow dragon transformation symbol. The rainbow-clothed woman hoped that the two of them would perish together. God Renegade's eyes were filled with hesitation. Forget it. After all, they are from the same sect. If that East Sea Dragon Palace wants to take his life, then I will not tolerate it. Black Snake Hunter Crack Strike. Qin Feng, who had obtained a third of the son of Blackwater's inheritance, certainly knew just how terrifying this secret skill was. The Black Snake Hunter Crack Strike was said to possess the power of 100 rivers. In its peak state, it could even intercept rivers and temporarily add the power of the 5 seas to the 9 Nether Black River. What a pity this is the Dragon Gate. This cultivation method needs to intercept the power of water in order to truly kill. There isn't a single river in the Dragon Gate. Qin Feng sneered. A giant demon steel suddenly formed in his hand. He grabbed the demon steel and roared. His arm was like a demonic mountain that smashed towards the sun of Blackwater. Second art, demon suppression. Pung. Like a primordial demonic mountain, it transformed into a faint black light that instantly struck Ao Chao, who was about to unleash his power. Ah, this is a miserable scream rang out. Boom. Everyone felt as though an earthquake had struck the entire chaotic realm. It shook violently, and a terrifying explosion caused everyone's face to turn pale. When they looked up again, they felt as though a terrifying hole had appeared where they stood. When the stone steel smashed down, Ao Chao's entire body turned into dust. Countless essence energies wantonly tried to reassemble, but under the suppression of the demon steel, they were like snails. The entire space froze, and they could not move. Crown Prince. The 2 East Sea Dragon Palace elders, Long Xian and Long Qi, who were entangled with Patriarch 6 Unity, wanted to charge out as though they had gone mad. Scram! 2 terrifying water-type laws of nature swept out like a vast ocean toward old ancestor 6 directions. Damn it! Are these 2 old fellows crazy? He could sense that the 2 elders were disregarding their yuan qi to blast out the water laws in their bodies. Patriarch 6 Unity's face was gloomy as his eyes flickered. He might not be able to defeat Qin Feng, but dealing with these 2 elders who cultivated in the water laws was a piece of cake. Since you don't want face, I'll let you see my true body. Void devouring realm, devour everything. With a loud roar, it was as though a gigantic heavenly snake had soared into the sky from Patriarch 6 Unity's body. It opened its bloody mouth and devoured the water laws in the sky like a black hole. Spatial laws, sun-devouring boss serpent. The multicolored dress girl turned her head and saw this scene. A strange look flashed in her beautiful eyes. Spatial laws could be said to be a king-level law among the many high-grade laws. Most laws were restrained by them. To be able to subdue sun-devouring boss serpent as a follower, this snake ancestor is quite powerful. It's no wonder he could easily suppress the son of the East Sea Dragon. Wait a minute, there's still more. Chapter 808. Glancing at the furious six directions old ancestor, Qin Feng's gaze fell on the scattered essence of the son of Blackwater. He took a deep breath, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. With a wave of his sleeve, a silver-white galaxy appeared. It's indeed the origin star, True Force. When did such a peerless expert appear in the sect? God-defying's eyes fluctuated. The huge galaxy split into two. Instant's house seemed to transform into light, darkness, and black. It absorbed the scattered essence of the son of Blackwater and refined it layer by layer. With this refinement, Qin Feng felt that his soul could not help but emit an extremely comfortable fluctuation. It was as if his incomplete soul had been perfected. The power of the 9 underworld Blackwater was rapidly increasing. This feeling was very mysterious. It was as if he was refining a human-shaped tonic. A long black river flowed out of Qin Feng's pores and turned into an ancient black snake. This black snake was originally 1/3 of its original size, just like a tail. As it was refined, it gradually grew an upper body and even a head. A boundless and majestic primeval aura flowed over. Receiving the impact of this aura, the experts who were snake ancestors could not help but feel fear and reverence. Even the expressions of the Dragon Clan's experts changed. Under the Thunder Tree, the multicolored woman looked surprised. Seeing this scene, she could not help but stand up. The snake ancestor's true body. The multicolored woman's eyes flashed with surprise. She had a strong desire to devour this true body, and it seems to be from the 3rd snake ancestor's kingdom to the 2nd snake ancestor's kingdom. The multicolored woman's eyes flashed with a strange light. She was somewhat restless. The 2nd snake ancestor's status was more noble than the 3rd snake ancestor's. Of course, he could obtain the blessing of the snake ancestor more than the 3rd snake ancestor. As everyone knew in the Spirit Sea realm, the reason why many ancestor positions were precious was because of their fate. Fate and destiny were the most mysterious. When fate converged, a deity position would be born. In the primordial era, when the fate of races converged, it could even directly give birth to an ancient race's deity position. For example, the ancient sea god was a deity position formed by the fate of the sea race. Another example was the ancient son of heaven. This was a deity position that was formed by the convergence of fate. If one could attain the Tao of the ancient son of heaven, their status would not be inferior to that of a demon god. They could even become a demon god. The position of the son of heaven in ancient times was also known as the deity position of the nation. Next was the ancestral position. For example, the wood ancestor's position was formed by the intertwining of the myriad wood spirit roots, karmic luck. Of course, the wood ancestor's position was slightly inferior to the deity position. At most, it could only be called a 6th grade deity position. For the position of the wood ancestor, all the trees in the world accounted for 80% of the fate, and the wood ancestor alone accounted for 20%. Don't underestimate this 20%. With the support of 20% of fate, whether it was cultivation or obtaining the position of the wood god, it would be unimaginably convenient. It was the same for the position of the snake ancestor. However, it was possible for a single race to give birth to many ancestral thrones. Because of that, their luck and destiny were divided, and competition and devouring were inevitable. If a race only had one ancestral throne, then it would be exclusive. If there were two, then it would be shared. One monk fetched water to drink, 2 monks carried water to drink, and 3 monks had no water to drink. This logic was obvious. The 2nd-generation snake ancestor's position was clearly much better than the 3rd-generation snake ancestor's position in terms of fate and destiny. It was inevitable for the multicolor-dressed lady to be tempted. However, when she thought of the power Qin Feng displayed at the end, she immediately stopped herself from having such an impulse. This won't do. Although devouring him might allow the 3rd-generation snake ancestor's karmic luck to advance to the 2nd generation, This person's methods are tyrannical. He easily suppressed that terrifying dragon's son. I'm afraid he still has a backup plan. If I act rashly, the gains will not make up for the losses. My karmic luck is finally complete. Qin Feng saw the fourth dragon toe grow. Regardless of whether it was his dragon body strength or his lifespan, it seemed to have increased exponentially. The biggest change was his karmic luck. This time, not only did Qin Feng obtain a portion of the Khanate primordial water's karmic luck, he also advanced to become the second-generation snake ancestor. The Khanate primordial water's karmic luck was formed by the convergence of the heaven, earth, and myriad seas. The 9 types of Khanate primordial water occupied almost 20% of the water types in the world. When the 9 nether black water's karmic luck was complete, it was 1/9 of the 20%. This might seem small, but in fact it was endless. 2 massive karmic luck converged in his body. Although it was formless and could not be sensed, Qin Feng felt refreshed. His essence spirit was unimaginably active. Karmic luck, the power of karmic luck. Qin Feng felt that regardless of which mystic technique he cultivated, it had become a lot simpler. Many cultivation techniques required a flash of inspiration or a rare epiphany to solve difficult problems. Qin Feng now felt like he could enter such a state at any time. What powerful karmic luck! Inside the Dragon Gate, the black dragon and white dragon were more direct than Qin Feng. He saw 2 dragon-like karmic luck, one big and one small, land on the black-robed youth's head. They fused into it, transforming into a green dragon-like beam that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The world's karmic luck can be divided into 3 levels. An ordinary person's karmic luck is just a beam of karmic luck. Ordinary people's karmic luck is a beam of karmic luck. Ordinary people's karmic luck is either red, green, or royal purple. The next step is to manifest a powerful object. It can manifest as a natal star, a carp, a flood dragon, or a serpent dragon. Of course, even if it's manifested as an object, there are 3, 6, and 9 levels. When this youth first came here, his karmic luck was not even considered average among the sons of great karmic luck. At most, he had some karmic luck, which was far inferior to that of the God-defiant or even the 7-colored snake ancestor. But this move is like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. He swallowed all of the dragon's legacy and manifested his karmic luck. He almost reached the top in one step, almost condensing a karmic treasure. The black dragon clicked his tongue in wonder. Such a state is already not inferior to that of the 7-colored snake ancestor, the God-defiant, and the other geniuses. Even if it's inferior, it's very limited. It's indeed incredible. Many of those geniuses are ancient prodigies who awakened. They have the karmic luck bestowed upon them at the end of the epic. They also have the protection of their illustrious fathers. That's why they have such karmic luck. The white dragon looked at Qin Feng with a thoughtful expression. The black dragon shook his head. What's so special about that? Those ancient prodigies who awakened from the ancient times all have great karmic luck and great fortunes. In fact, in the eyes of the experts, they're also fat sheep. They are like the evil gods left behind from the ancient times and many experts. They don't belong to this epoch and are of a different species. The heavenly Tao has decreed that anyone who kills them will be able to obtain a portion of their karmic luck and destiny. Why do you think this little guy has such karmic luck? Isn't it because he killed the son of black water and swept away almost all of the black water demon god's legacy? The black dragon pursed his lips. Wait, there are 2 more. Chapter 809. White Dragon nodded and sighed. Fate and destiny are truly mysterious. The black dragon snorted and said, Our Dragon Gate of prehistoric desolation is born every epoch for the fortune and destiny. When the children of fortune transform in the Dragon Gate will seize a part of their fortune and use it for cultivation. Witnessing the death of the 13th prince, Long Xian and Long Qi turned pale. This was a disaster. The Eastern Sea's Dragon Crown Prince was killed right in front of them. if they did not deal a blow to the person who killed the Dragon Crown Prince. The two of them, and even the dragon whale race behind them, would have to pay the price. For a moment, their faces were gloomy, and they no longer had any thoughts of fighting Old Ancestor Six Directions. Old Ancestor Six Directions heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing their expressions, Old Ancestor Six Directions, who was familiar with the rules of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, immediately guessed their thoughts. Actually, the two of you don't have to be depressed. Please take a look. Look at what? Now that the 13th prince was dead, whether it was them or Old Ancestor Six Directions, they could forget about having a good time. Long Xian and Long Qi even had thoughts of fighting Qin Feng and the others to the death. After devouring the essence, energy, and spirit of the Son of Blackwater and 2/3 of the 9 underworld Blackwater, Qin Feng spat out the remaining true spirit of the Son of Blackwater. It was a miniature black snake. The black snake stared at Qin Feng with eyes filled with hatred, unwillingness, and a trace of madness. Little bastard, this seat will not let this matter rest. No matter where you go, just wait for this seat to protect you. Son of Blackwater, I know that existences like you must have a way to resurrect. But even if you resurrect, what can you do? Qin Feng held the Son of Blackwater's true spirit in one hand as a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Without this true body, without the fate of the 9 underworld Blackwater, and even the identity of the snake ancestor, even if you resurrect, you are nothing. On the other hand, I am getting stronger day by day, Qin Feng said with disdain. Black Snake, the 13th prince, is the son of a dragon. Even if he received the legacy of the Son of Blackwater and mutated, he should have the body of a dragon. Why is he a black snake? On the other side, Elder Long Xian and Elder Long Qi's expressions changed when they saw the black snake that Qin Feng spat out. Old Ancestor Six Directions sneered. Long Xian, Long Qi, do you still not believe it? The 13th prince, Ao Chao, has long been taken over by the Son of Blackwater. Long Xian and Long Qi's faces darkened. His heart was filled with shock. There was also a hint of joy. Since the Dragon Crown Prince had already been possessed, even if he was killed, the two of them would not be guilty. Long Xian and Long Qi glanced at Patriarch Six Directions, then vanished. It's not that simple. Whether it's true or not, the EC will get to the bottom of this. Old Ancestor Six Unity hesitated for a moment before looking at Qin Feng. Ignore them. Qin Feng casually crushed the last bit of the Son of Blackwater's true spirit. Normally, Qin Feng would not provoke the EC before his cultivation reached the Deshang realm. The East Sea Dragon Palace was a terrifying sacred ground in the Spirit Sea realm. Even a Xingqian school would have to avoid such a force. However, the East Sea Dragon Palace was nothing to be afraid of. Countless evil gods and even ancient experts had awakened. A large portion of them had appeared in the 5 seas. Now, the experts of the East Sea Dragon Palace were probably busy killing the evil gods of the sea race. They were badly battered and did not have time to care about such trivial matters. The many ancient evil gods were like fat sheep to the many sects and forces of the present day. But they were also like locusts. If these evil gods wanted to prove their Tao, they would naturally need to seize resources and fate. Most of the territories in the Spirit Sea realm had already been taken, and fate had gathered, unless the situation was changed. In other words, he would attack the original forces. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. The surrounding black water gradually disappeared as he refined the Son of Blackwater. Congratulations, Your Holiness. Patriarch Six Directions flew over with envy in his eyes. At this moment, Qin Feng looked even more majestic than before. His aura was even more profound than before, like a vast ocean, unfathomable. Qin Feng nodded slightly. This Son of Blackwater was indeed a great tonic. However, the main point was still in front of him. This Rainbow Divine Dragon was transformed from the highest grade Rainbow Dragon Transformation Talisman. If he could obtain this Dragon Transformation Talisman and transform into the Dragon Ancestor, he would have at least a 20% chance of success. If he transformed into the dragon ancestor now, he would only have a 50% chance at most. From Qin Feng's point of view, the snake ancestor and dragon ancestor positions were very different. If the fate of the snake ancestor position was a small stream, then the fate of the dragon ancestor position was a vast ocean. The basic reason for this was not complicated. It was because the dragon race was larger than the snake race, and their individual strength was stronger. The dragon race was known as the leader of all creatures, and it contained fate that ordinary races could not compare to. In fact, it had even seized the fate of many races and received the tribute of fate. Furthermore, the dragon race had other sources of fate, such as the blessing of totems. In fact, the Tao of Dragon itself was the Tao of power. Especially the dragon race had treasures that the snake race did not have, and there was more than one. The desolate dragon gate in front of him was the strongest one. With the desolate dragon gate, one of the top treasures in the primordial era, suppressing fate, the dragon race's fate could be seen. This was definitely not something the snake race looked down on. In fact, because all things turned into dragons, and snakes turned into flood dragons, a large portion of the snake race's fate was fused with the dragon race. In short, if the second-generation snake ancestor was comparable to an 8th-ranked deity position, the second-generation dragon ancestor was comparable to a 6th-ranked deity position. If it was the first-generation dragon ancestor, it would be comparable to a 5th-ranked deity position. A 5th-ranked deity position could obtain fate and the blessing of fate. Even some ancient evil gods did not have such a position when they were at their peak. It was similar to the 9 Cauldrons mountain god that was killed by Qin Feng. At his peak, he was said to rule over millions of mountains, but he was only a 6th-grade deity. Supreme One, the dark cloud snake empress walked over silently. The beautiful woman's beautiful eyes were watery and filled with a kind of charm. The aura of the second-generation snake ancestor that Qin Feng was emitting made her want to get close to him and even entangle herself with him. It was not only her. A few hundred feet away, the multicolor-clothed woman also felt a little uncomfortable. She felt that the black-clothed young man seemed to have an irresistible temptation. Not only her bloodline, but even the fate in the depths of her soul could not help but relax and want to get close to him. It would be best if she could swallow him into her stomach in one breath. Qin Feng also felt a little uncomfortable. He forcefully suppressed the most primitive impulse in his bloodline and looked at the remaining 2 parties. Everyone, there are only 3 parties left. However, there is only one rainbow dragon transformation talisman. There should be a rule. What rule? God-defying's gaze swept across Qin Feng and landed on the rainbow divine dragon. What rule are you talking about now? Everything is meaningless. I think the most important thing is for the 3 of us to work together to kill this rainbow divine dragon. After that, we will make a decision and the dragon transformation talisman will belong to us. Watching the live broadcast, I finally found a way to refresh myself. I won't be sleepy anymore. I'm full of energy. There will be more later. Chapter 810. God Renegade's eyes were filled with a blazing fighting spirit. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and nodded. That's good too. Let's end this quickly to avoid unnecessary trouble. A dazzling 7-color divine light circulated around the multicolored woman's body. If that's the case, then let's do it. As soon as his voice fell, God Renegade's body flashed, and he suddenly appeared beside the 7-colored divine dragon. He locked onto the dragon and smashed down with his fist. A layer of black light wrapped around his arm. It was silent, and the black light carried with it a frightening chill. Termination type annihilation law. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with dread. Bang! In the next moment, God Renegade spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a cannonball, falling into a thunderstorm area. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They could clearly see that a giant tail had sent God Renegade flying. Roar! A deep dragon roar sounded from the source stone mountain, and a surging aura swept out like a tide. Puff! Behind the dark cloud snake, The little female dragon, Scarlet, was sent flying as if she had been struck by a giant hammer. As the aura reached him, Qinfeng also erupted with his own aura. After swallowing the son of Blackwater, his aura that was not inferior to a great sage's had now reached the peak of the great sage realm. But Qinfeng still felt strained. Under this pressure, he was like a small boat in a tsunami that could capsize at any time. Heavenly Grotto source power. With a thought, the surging Heavenly Grotto source power fused into his body like a wild dragon's roar. His aura instantly broke through the 7th level of the Earth Sage realm, and even the 8th level of the World King realm. In the blink of an eye, he was already able to contend with the 7-colored Divine Dragon. On the other side, the multicolored woman's expression changed. As the aura approached, a 7-colored divine light blocked in front of her. But when the 7-colored Divine Dragon's aura came crashing down, she still couldn't help but take 3 steps back. The 7-colored divine light in front of her violently fluctuated. This 7-colored Divine Dragon is actually so tyrannical. The multicolored woman's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of surprise, but then an ancient 7-colored divine light erupted from her body, emitting an even more terrifying power that instantly stabilized her body like a rock. What is this 7-colored divine light? Qinfeng was shocked. Although the 7-colored divine light only flashed for a moment, it gave him a great deal of pressure and even a sense of crisis. This is, in the depths of the grotto heaven, the demoness suddenly stood up. Her eyes were filled with a trace of pleasant surprise. Boom! In the distant thunderstorm, a figure with disheveled hair rushed out of the thunderstorm. His eyes were filled with solid, cold lightning. There was still a trace of blood on the corner of God Rebel's mouth. He stared at the rainbow god dragon with a murderous look in his eyes. Law of annihilation, withering of all life. He let out a roar and unleashed a path of precepts, instantly striking the 7-colored divine dragon. Roar! The rainbow divine dragon's scales flew everywhere as its flesh was torn apart. The divine dragon could not dodge in time, and its tail was almost shattered by this strike. With a furious roar, a huge dragon tail appeared in front of the reverse god like a 7-colored whip. Law of annihilation, cleave the firmament. God Defying's eyes were filled with madness. A terrifyingly dense destruction law shot towards the dragon tail like a divine sword. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. The reverse god rebel's body was once again sent flying back tens of thousands of feet, landing in the thunderstorm area. The 7-colored divine dragon did not gain any benefits. Its dragon tail was struck by the law of annihilation. Countless scales and flesh fell off, revealing its dragon bones. The intense pain caused the 7-colored divine dragon to let out a furious roar. What a brave warrior! Qinfeng praised as he looked at the reverse god rebel who was sent flying back into the thunderstorm area. With just 2 strikes, the 7-colored divine dragon had suffered significant injuries. Suddenly, Patriarch 6 Directions, who was in the class, exclaimed, "Oh no, look!" Above the origin stone, Qinfeng looked up and saw the chaotic dragon aura in the surroundings surging towards the 7-colored divine dragon like a whirlpool. It was absorbed into the 7-colored divine dragon's body and refined. Under the nourishment of the dragon aura, the dull scales and flesh that revealed the white bones were rapidly recovering and growing new dragon scales. It can refine the dragon aura and recover from injuries. The girl in colorful clothes had a gloomy expression. Qinfeng also had a surprised look on his face. The white dragon and azure dragon that he had killed previously did not have such an ability. The 7-colored divine dragon's recovery speed was extremely fast. It was almost immortal. Let's do it. We can't let it recover. Qinfeng's eyes were cold as he formed seals with both hands. Mountain embracing seal. An ancient primordial demonic mountain appeared. Vaguely, an ancient grotto heaven appeared in the demonic mountain. Kill! With a deep roar, Qinfeng hugged the huge demonic mountain and smashed it on the 7-colored divine dragon's head. Roar! Roar! A loud and shrill dragon roar echoed. The grotto heaven, contained in Qin Feng's demonic mountain, was his natal grotto heaven. This strike was extremely powerful. Even with the seven-colored divine dragon's strength, its spine was nearly broken. The girl in colorful clothes, eyes lit up. Strike while it's down. Law of annihilation, stain the sky with blood. The surging seven-color divine light slashed the dragon's body like a divine sword. In an instant, the seven-color divine dragon roared crazily as a terrifying injury appeared on its body. This terrifying divine light nearly split the seven-color divine dragon in half, completely cutting it apart. Roar! With a crazy roar, a seven-colored light erupted from the seven-colored divine dragon's body. Bang! As Qin Feng's complexion changed, the demonic mountain that was suppressing the seven-color divine dragon instantly collapsed. The terrifying divine light swept towards his natal grotto heaven. Qin Feng's complexion paled, and his figure changed. His heavenly grotto heaven transformed into a massive continent. 8 desolation immortal body, 8 desolation divine continent. Wherever the divine light passed, there was a loud explosion. The entire 8 desolation divine continent disintegrated, as if it had been crushed apart by a terrifying brute force. The massive divine light didn't stop there. It swept towards the color-clothed girl who was about to retreat. Bang! Like a bloody gourd, the color-clothed girl crashed into the thunderstorm like a beam of light. Old Ancestor 6 Unity watched this with wide eyes. In just an instant, the seven-color divine dragon had severely wounded Qin Feng, the color-clothed girl, and the god Defy. These 3 were peerless prides of heaven that could contend with an 8th-level world king. Old Ancestor 6 Unity's eyes were fixed on the void. The massive divine continent that Qin Feng had transformed into had been thoroughly destroyed. His aura had completely vanished. Everything pointed to disaster. It's good that he's dead. At least he won't be shackled anymore. Old Ancestor 6 Unity's eyes flashed with a strange light. Supreme One? On the other side, as the Nethercloud Snake Empress saw this, her beautiful face paled in fright. The 2 women thought that Qin Feng had been thoroughly killed by this divine light. How tyrannical. This 7-color divine dragon was actually able to nurture such a terrifying supernatural ability. Qin Feng felt as if his entire body had been crushed to pieces. A tyrannical strength swept through him. Even after transforming into the 8 desolation divine continent, he still couldn't resist it. He revolved the 8 desolation indestructible heaven scroll, and the scattered fragments gradually gathered together. It swallowed up endless dragon energy, and to Old Ancestor 6 Unity's amazement, it transformed into a massive continent once more. Bang! In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a human form and reappeared in front of everyone. Even after being crushed to pieces, he can still be reborn? Old Ancestor 6 Unity's mouth fell open. Since everyone has been a bit lazy in voting recently, I will add an additional update rule. From now on, there will be a minimum of 4 updates a day. On the basis of this book's 3,000 subscribers, for every 100 new subscribers, there will be an additional update. If there are 3,100 new subscribers, there will be 5 updates a day. If there are 3,200 new subscribers, there will be another update. This will require everyone to work hard to subscribe. Those who can do more work will fully support subscriptions. Black Tortoise will also work hard to update this book. For the future of this book, and also for everyone's support, I accept everyone's supervision. Chapter 811. Immortal Body. Old Ancestor 6 Directions was shocked. He had personally seen Qin Feng being blasted into pieces by the divine light. What a mysterious cultivation technique. Not only can it devour dragon chi, but it can also reconstruct the true body. I wonder if it can be reconstructed if the primordial spirit is shattered. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Qin Feng raised his head and pointed out. A black dot appeared and instantly turned into the boundless 9 underworld Blackwater. The 9 underworld Blackwater was full of chi. At this moment, it exploded with unimaginable power. It instantly hit one of the 7-colored divine dragon's dragon claws. In an instant, the dragon claw turned into a pool of black water. Roar! The 7-colored divine dragon let out a painful dragon roar. Its intelligent eyes were filled with killing intent like a volcano. Its huge dragon tail swayed and instantly arrived in front of Qin Feng. So fast, Qin Feng felt his muscles and skin tremble under the strong wind. Qin Feng finally understood why the god-defying god was sent flying without any resistance. With this speed, it was very difficult to even react, let alone tear through space. But I'm not him. With a sneer in his eyes, Qin Feng grabbed the mountain embracing seal with one hand. A huge primordial demon mountain appeared and slammed into the dragon's tail. Bang! The divine light collided like a wave. The 7-colored divine dragon let out a cry like a wounded beast. Poochie! Qin Feng felt like a terrifying divine mountain had slammed into his heart. The terrifying recoil almost turned his internal organs into minced meat. His body could not help but fly backward. Boom! With both feet on the ground, Qin Feng raised his head. His eyes seemed to be burning with silver light. The 8 Desolation immortal body was activated. An extremely rich life force was emitted from his flesh and blood. It rushed into his wounds and healed them instantly. Boom! Thousands of feet away, in the thunder area, tens of thousands of lightning bolts shot out. A figure like a demon god rushed out. Then, countless ancient meteors seemed to appear in the chaos and came from the horizon. Destruction law, star annihilation. Tens of thousands of starlight seemed to play out the scene of stars destroying the world during the Dharma ending tribulation. Boom! Tens of thousands of starlight smashed down. Each of them was like a real star. Bang, bang, bang. The rainbow divine dragon was dizzy from the impact. Countless bones were shattered, and flesh and scales flew everywhere. The 7-colored divine dragon was enraged. In its fury, it spat out a 7-colored dragon breath. The terrifying 7-colored dragon breath swept across the sky. Boom, boom, boom. As Shun Ni's expression changed, the stars in the sky were swept away by the dragon's breath. The majestic dragon's breath locked onto him, and it was as if a flood from the 9th heaven was pouring down in torrents. Law of annihilation, nirvana of stars. God-defying roared furiously. Boundless starlight seemed to erupt from his body. Xingqian School's immeasurable star divine body. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Xingqian School's immeasurable star god body was also an extremely profound body refining secret technique. When one cultivated it to a high level, they would be able to cultivate the body of a star god. They would also be able to borrow the power of the starlight from heaven and earth to become indestructible. This fellow disciple in front of him had already cultivated the immeasurable star divine body to an extremely profound level. Although he couldn't achieve the same level as starlight, he could easily achieve nirvana if his physical body was destroyed. Boom! Tens of thousands of dragons' breaths rushed out. All that was left was a pitch-black lump of charcoal. However, in the next moment, this pitch-black thing bloomed inch by inch with starlight. This black original egg shattered, and a starlight baby appeared where it had been. The baby was chubby and emitted an adorable aura. Most importantly, he was shirtless. Seeing this, not only the dark cloud serpent queen, but also the little female dragon, Scarlet, and Qin Feng's lips twitched. This fellow disciple obviously hadn't reached the true nirvana of Star's realm in terms of the immeasurable star divine body. Hearing the laughter, God-defying scanned everyone. A trace of embarrassment and anger appeared in his eyes. Roar! At this moment, a ferocious dragon's roar was heard. The rainbow divine dragon appeared in front of the baby in an instant. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow the baby. Oh no! God-defying thought to himself. Although his immeasurable star divine body was amazing, he had just completed nirvana. The power in his body was at rock bottom. Under the terrifying rainbow divine dragon's mouth, he had almost no power to protect himself. Damn it! If I'm under the illumination of billions of stars, I won't give this evil dragon a chance. God-defying was about to activate the star divine body disintegration technique. He was about to expend a portion of his blood essence to activate his power. Although expending a portion of his blood essence would damage his foundation, it was better than being swallowed by the rainbow divine dragon. First technique, collapse. At this moment, a figure silently appeared in front of him. The huge demonic mountain was like a magic all that slammed into the rainbow divine dragon's chin. With a furious dragon roar and a loud bang, the entire chaotic region trembled. The rainbow divine dragon's huge dragon body was sent flying and landed on the origin stone. It's him. God-defying looked at the black-robed youth. His expression changed, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, a beam of starlight shot out from his body. Endless starlight shone, and he instantly returned to his youth form. God-defying glanced at the rainbow divine dragon that had fallen to the ground and was howling in pain. Flames of anger flashed in his eyes. Law of destruction, star divine strike. He had comprehended the Tao of great destruction from the laws of the stars. This strike was at full strength. He seemed to transform into a stream of light that pierced through the heavens. He locked onto the rainbow divine dragon's huge dragon body. The law of destruction was like a long awl that pierced through the heavens. Roar! Countless rays of bloody light exploded. The rainbow divine dragon let out a tragic dragon roar as its body was torn apart. A good chance. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Countless hand seals flew out as he activated the second technique of the Heaven Steel mystic technique. An ancient demonic steel appeared between his palms. However, there was someone who was even faster than him. Law of slaughter, blood stains the heavens. Seven-color divine light appeared thousands of feet away. It swept across the rainbow divine dragon's body. Wherever the divine light passed, the rainbow divine dragon's body was separated from its head. A dragon head soared into the sky. The huge dragon body was instantly split into three. The divine light swept past and landed. The multicolor-clothed lady's figure appeared. Her golden hairpin was messy, and her long black hair hung down. Her body was filled with a terrifying seven-colored killing intent that was difficult to disperse. The second technique, demon suppression. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly exploded. He pushed the demonic steel in his hand. Rumble. It crushed through the void and let out a terrifying explosion. In an instant, it hit the dragon head that soared into the sky. Wherever the black light passed, the huge dragon head turned into dust. Bam! Dragon blood splattered everywhere as though there was a rain of blood. How terrifying! Supreme Luha, Dark Cloud, Serpent Empress, and a little female dragon were dumbfounded. The terrifying seven-color divine dragon had been slain by the combined efforts of the three of them. With a flash of black light, Qin Feng appeared beside the god-defying god and the multicolor-clothed lady. His gaze swept across the battlefield. Is it dead? He was certain that the rainbow divine dragon's vitality and spirituality had been completely destroyed by the demonic steel. However, for some reason, the rainbow divine dragon did not transform into a dragon transformation talisman true body like the other dragon transformation talismans. In the depths of the dragon gate, the black dragon and the white dragon looked at each other. After a while, the black dragon snorted. Dead? Humph, it's still too early. The rainbow dragon emperor can't be killed by ordinary means. Wait, there are three more. Chapter 8:12. The white dragon pondered for a moment. These little fellows are indeed powerful. The seven-color dragon emperor is restricted by its intelligence and can't display the full strength of a rank 9 sage son of heaven. However, it's no weaker than those world kings and saints. Even so, it was still killed by them once. The black dragon snorted disdainfully. However, even if it's killed 10,000 times, the seven-color Dragon Emperor can still be revived. The essence of the seven-color Dragon Emperor is different from other dragon transformation talismans. It's condensed from an extremely high-level seven-colored holy dragon aura in the depths of the primitive dragon gate. Unless it's a pure dragon body. If these little fellows want to obtain the seven-colored dragon transformation talisman. Moreover, every time the seven-color Dragon Emperor is killed, its intelligence will become more complete and more difficult to deal with. The white dragon's voice was low. That's not all. Every time it revives, it will gain another innate ability. In the chaotic realm, as the seven-colored divine dragon's life force dissipated, endless dragon aura formed a huge vortex with the seven-colored Dragon Emperor as the center. Rumble. Like a torrent of water pouring down from a waterfall, something flashing with seven-colored light appeared in the center of the vortex. It absorbed the boundless lightning of the chaotic realm. Thousands of lightning bolts were emitted from the dragon egg. Not good, it's reconstructing its true body. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. A new majestic aura appeared from the dragon egg. This power was even more terrifying than the seven-colored Dragon Emperors. It had an aura that could destroy the world. Qin Feng recalled some secrets regarding the Dragon Gate of the Great Desolate Land. His expression changed. Not good. We've made a big mistake. What? The God Rebel and the multicolored woman turned to look at Qin Feng. The seven-colored Dragon Emperor can't be killed by ordinary means. It can only be killed by using its dragon body and primitive means. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. He had only just remembered this secret. The Azure Dragon Emperor of the Silver Era had recorded in his personal letter that the seven-colored Dragon Emperor was born from a strange dragon aura in the depths of the primitive Dragon Gate. This was a unique dragon aura formed when the dragon aura in the depths of the primitive Dragon Gate was tainted with all sorts of strange auras. Human Dragon Chi, Earth Dragon Chi, Heavenly Dragon Chi, Sacred Dragon Chi, Ancestral Dragon Chi, Origin Dragon Chi, etc. Among them, the Rainbow Dragon Transformation Talisman was the Dragon Emperor born from a trace of Sacred Dragon Chi that was born when the primordial Dragon Gate coincided with the intersection of two epochs and the circulation of yin and yang. This sort of Dragon Emperor only had a simple level of intelligence at the start, although they had the strength of a world king and seemed easy to kill. The truth was that they had many special abilities that the dragon transformation talismans couldn't possess. That was evolution. Every time he died, he would evolve once. If they died more than 9 times, they would become a true dragon. If they died 24 times, they would become a dragon king whose essence was not inferior to Black and White Terminator, the original twin dragons. If he was reborn 49 times, he would become the legendary Dragon Emperor. What? I can only use my dragon body to fight? Their faces turned bitter. The 3 of them looked at each other. All 3 of them were peerless geniuses. They could be said to have countless tricks up their sleeves. However, none of them were from the Dragon Clan. They also didn't know the fighting techniques of the Dragon Clan. If they were to fight against a terrifying existence like the Rainbow Dragon Emperor, they would only be looking for a beating. Junior apprentice brother, did you remember wrong? God Renegade's eyes shined with a final ray of hope. It can't be wrong. The information I obtained came from the ancient Dragon Emperor. This Dragon Emperor also slaughtered his way out of the primordial Dragon Gate. What a joke. The Blue Dragon Emperor could be called a peerless existence from the Silver Age that unified the 5 seas. He was said to be a madman whose talent rivaled that of the Dragon Clan. The letter he left behind couldn't be wrong. After a moment of silence, God Renegade said in a low voice, "I'll do it. All right." Qin Feng and the rainbow-clothed woman looked at each other. Then, they shrugged and walked to the side. Roar. With a tyrannical dragon roar, God Renegade's figure instantly changed, turning into an extremely slender black dragon. The slender body of the black dragon was like a whip as it smashed into the vortex. Bang! The entire vortex exploded, and countless lightning bolts descended. A seven-color divine dragon appeared, grabbing God Renegade's dragon tail with one of its claws and swinging it around. Qin Feng and the rainbow-clothed woman looked at each other and couldn't help but close their eyes. After transforming into a dragon, they were no match for the seven-color divine dragon. Bang, bang, bang. Without stopping, the entire chaotic bounded domain trembled. The sound of heavy objects crashing onto the ground made the spectators feel numb. Too miserable. This is a one-sided battle. The rainbow-clothed woman shook her head. He's actually very strong, especially since he's a dragon of destruction. The dragon of destruction was born from destruction and is naturally close to the power of destruction. It's a pity that he's not familiar with fighting in his dragon form. There's no doubt that the dragon of destruction is powerful, but when it comes to using its dragon body, it's like a baby. The seven-colored dragon emperor is different. This ancient existence was born from the Tao of the dragon. When it uses its dragon body to fight, it's almost a god-tier existence. However, after looking at these, Qin Feng said again, "However, he's improving." Roar. God Renegade was indeed improving rapidly. With a loud bang, a destructive dragon breath was spat out, forcing the seven-color dragon emperor to let go of his dragon tail. The dragon of destruction that God Renegade had transformed into was a little dizzy. He looked extremely miserable. Countless dragon scales had fallen off, and one of his dragon horns was broken. He was about to muster all his strength and charge forward again. Boom! Countless lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the void. Tens of thousands of terrifying lightning bolts landed on the dragon of destruction. His skin and flesh were instantly torn apart, and the smell of barbecued meat wafted over. God Renegade couldn't help but let out an extremely miserable dragon roar. Qin Feng and the rainbow-clothed woman looked at this scene speechlessly. After a while, the rainbow-clothed woman muttered, "I didn't expect this seven-color dragon emperor to have a lightning-type divine ability. Moreover, his lightning-type divine ability is so powerful." Qin Feng rubbed his smooth chin as he pondered. Impossible. The seven-color dragon emperor clearly didn't know any lightning-type divine ability. Otherwise, it wouldn't have remained hidden when he was killed. Could it be a divine ability that he obtained after being reborn? Qin Feng was shocked. That might not be impossible. The chi of the sacred dragon contained the word sacred and possessed an extremely mysterious power. The seven-color dragon emperor was born from the chi of the sacred dragon, carrying a portion of the primordial dragon sex origin source loss. It possessed some extremely mysterious power. Boom! Under the tens of thousands of lightning bolts, even the God Renegade, who had an extremely powerful dragon of destruction body, fled like a rat. Roar! The seven-color dragon emperor's eyes were cold as he stabbed out with one of his dragon claws. Claw marks seemed to fill the void. Bam, bam, bam. There was the sound of beans exploding, accompanied by a series of muffled groans. The dragon of destruction's body spurted blood. Countless scales and flesh were torn apart by the sharp claws. Bones and organs could be seen in the depths of the wounds. There's more later. Chapter 8:13. The reverse god was extremely depressed. After transforming into the true form of the dragon of destruction, he couldn't even unleash 1/10 of his strength. Boom! Dragon claws rained down on him. The reverse god could clearly capture the opponent's trajectory, but his body couldn't respond effectively. Countless sharp claws tore at him, and the reverse god of destruction's dragon body was almost turned into a bloody sieve. Even though the reverse god's recovery ability was extremely strong, he couldn't take it. "I'll go and help him," the multicolor-clothed woman said to Qin Feng. Then a rainbow divine light flew out and quickly turned into an extremely elegant seven-colored sky devouring dragon. The dragon horns on her head flew out and turned into two divine swords that instantly slashed at the rainbow divine dragon. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes, and the dragon horn on his head shot out seven-color divine light, which collided with the two seven-colored killing swords. The remaining force did not stop there, and he swung his dragon tail like a seven-colored river toward the dragon of destruction and the seven-colored sky-swallowing dragon. Bang! Caught off guard, the two dragons were sent flying, and countless dragon scales were shattered. This is the Dragon Clan Divine Sword of the Dragon Emperor's 18 Ultimates. Looking at the seven-colored sky-devouring dragon that turned its horns into swords, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. This was the Dragon Clan's Sword Dao. At the highest level, it could turn one's dragon body into an invincible divine sword. This cultivation technique reminded Qin Feng of a young genius he met in the Azure Dragon region, Yuan Daojian. His sacred sword spirit cultivation technique was a top-notch foundation establishment cultivation technique simplified from the Dragon Clan Divine Sword. When it reached the Deshang level, it would turn one's body into a sacred sword. Roar! The Dragon of Destruction and the seven-colored sky devouring dragon charged forward again. The two of them worked together, and the huge dragon roar sounded like thousands of dragons were roaring. The chaotic dragon chi, lightning, hurricanes, ice, and fire in the entire chaotic region seemed to be completely annihilated and shattered in the ancient dragon roar. Dragon Clan's ultimate skill, Heavenly Dragon's 8 Notes. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. The seven-color divine dragon was a little stunned by the Heavenly Dragon's 8 Notes. The Heavenly Dragon's 8 Notes specifically targeted the dragon soul. Its newborn intelligence seemed to be severely damaged. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the two dragons opened their mouths, and two terrifying dragon breaths fell like waterfalls. Roar! The seven-colored Dragon Emperor shook its head. It only took a few moments for it to regain its composure. As if it had predicted this, it curled up its body like a seven-colored divine shield. Two dragon breaths rushed up. Crackle! Countless rainbow-colored divine lights bloomed on the dragon scales, resisting the two dragon breaths. It could be defended like this? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. The seven-colored Dragon Emperor had forcefully withstood the dragon breath of two World King-level dragons. Besides some of his scales being scorched black, he wasn't injured at all. Rumble! Countless rainbow-colored divine lights erupted from the spot, and a dragon tail whipped the heaven-engulfing seven-colored flood dragon, which had just unleashed its dragon breath and was unable to evade in time. Puff! The sky was filled with dragon blood. Two deep roars were heard as the two flood dragons rolled on the ground and turned back into their human forms. Their hair was disheveled and blood was flowing out of their mouths. Their eyes were extremely gloomy. Their auras fluctuated violently. It was obvious that they had sustained serious injuries. Damn you! The two of them gnashed their teeth, feeling extremely aggrieved. They could have killed the seven-colored Dragon Emperor, but they could only use their dragon bodies. However, they soon felt discouraged. They really weren't the seven-colored Dragon Emperor's match with their dragon bodies. Qin Feng glanced at the two of them with gloomy expressions. His figure flashed, and he silently appeared in front of them. He looked at the seven-colored divine dragon with cold eyes on the origin stone. Let me do it. You guys still can't do it. This seven-colored dragon transformation talisman is still mine. Qin Feng's lips curled up in a faint smile. Shameless boasting. The rainbow-robed woman glanced at Qin Feng. You could try. In short, if you fail, I'll pull out the tendons and skin of this giant reptile. If I can't, I'll peel off its bones and skin. It can still be reborn. The god renegade glared at the seven-colored divine dragon with an extremely brutal gaze. These words were practically spat out through gritted teeth. Qin Feng looked at him and shrugged. My lord, the black-robed woman appeared in front of him in a flash. She was tall and slender, and her watery eyes looked at Qin Feng with a hint of worry. She couldn't help but worry. The dragon of destruction that was no weaker than Qin Feng and the heaven-devouring flood dragons had fought two against one, but they had still been beaten like dogs. Qin Feng was only one person. This was truly worrying. The black-robed woman didn't realize that her initial hesitation had started to lean toward Qin Feng. Behind her, the little female dragon, Scarlet, was also staring at the black-robed young man. Her simple-minded mind only knew that the seven-colored dragon emperor before her was very powerful and wasn't someone she could provoke. She didn't understand why Qin Feng had to rush forward and fight the seven-colored dragon emperor. "Don't worry, stand further away." He waved his hand. Knowing that she couldn't persuade her lord, the black-robed woman's eyes flashed with worry. She retreated to a origin stone several thousand feet away and could only watch from afar. "Don't worry, our lord is different from others." Patriarch Six Directions was unperturbed. How is he different? The Dark Cloud Snake Empress glanced at Patriarch Six Directions with some dissatisfaction. She felt that Patriarch Six Directions was being ridiculous. From the beginning, he had been watching the show. He clearly saw that her lord was in danger, but he didn't do anything. "Didn't you notice how our lord killed the possessed 13th prince, Ao Chao? His control over his dragon body isn't something these two can compare to." Old Ancestor Six Directions' eyes were filled with traces of surprise. Coming from the Dragon Sea's Dragon Palace, Patriarch Six Directions believed that he had studied the Dragon Clan's martial arts. Even if he wasn't at the Grandmaster level, he was at least at the Master level. However, if he were to fight Qin Feng head-on, he felt that he would most likely lose. That kind of martial arts is close to the Tao roar. As his thoughts flew, an ancient, boundless, and ferocious dragon roar jolted Patriarch Six Directions awake. He looked up and saw an ancient black dragon appear in the arena. It was different from the Dragon of Destruction's domineering and destructive aura. This ancient black flood dragon was as deep and unfathomable as the Nine Hells. Shimming black flood dragon? The god-defying sect and a multicolor-clothed woman exchanged glances. Qin Feng's body was much larger than theirs. It was filled with a perfect combination of strength and power. Moreover, his dragon might was more ferocious than theirs. Moreover, judging from his relaxed posture, it was clear that his control over his dragon body was several times better than theirs. It was as natural as the Tao. It was different from their rough and unnatural control over their dragon bodies. Within the primitive Dragon Gate, the two dragon kings, who had been observing the situation, exchanged glances. The black dragon chuckled. "This is getting interesting. The two little fellows before us wasted their powerful dragon clan bloodline. This fellow might have a chance to fight a few more rounds with the seven-color dragon emperor. This is the third update. There will be one more later." Chapter 814. White Dragon pondered for a moment. The Tao of the dragon is the Tao of strength. Actually, this kind of ancient dragon race battle is very beneficial for activating the bloodline in the body. In the primordial era, many dragon race evolved their bloodline into dragon kings and dragon ancestors through pure physical combat. Unfortunately, these little guys don't understand the true meaning of this. Black Dragon shook his head. They weren't born dragon race. This is their natural flaw. In the next moment, the Black Dragon changed the topic and said, "But if they can overcome this, their chances of becoming a dragon ancestor are higher than ordinary dragon race." Boom! With Black Dragon's appearance, the entire chaotic domain became dark and seemed exceptionally moist. When a flood dragon appeared, it would cause a storm. The dragon's tail moved, and endless black water appeared and swept toward the rainbow divine dragon like a tide. This guy is actually so skilled at using divine powers with his dragon body. Is it natural? The multicolor-clothed woman and god, defying, looked at each other, puzzled. Once an expert made a move, one would know whether they were skilled or not. It was already difficult for them to control their dragon bodies, let alone use divine powers so naturally and skillfully. The rainbow divine dragon's expression changed. He could clearly feel that this black dragon was more powerful than the two rookies before. Countless rainbow-colored rays of light flew out from its body and formed a huge shield on the surface of its body. The black water that filled the sky crashed into the shield as if it had crashed into a terrifying reef. This move again. Unfortunately, This move can only deal with those two idiots. It's useless against me. God, defying, and the multicolor-clothed woman's faces darkened when they heard Sheen foam muttering to himself. A huge dragon tail followed the black water of the 9 underworlds. It was like a tidal wave that suddenly overlapped with each other. Bang! The rainbow divine dragon was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed into a stone mountain, and the entire origin stone mountain formed by dragon chi trembled. Good fellow, he actually reached a level in using his dragon body. He actually combined divine powers with his dragon body. Black dragon and white dragon looked at each other, secretly surprised. If it was an ordinary dragon race prodigy, they definitely wouldn't be surprised. After all, the black-clothed youth in front of them was a human. The perspective of a human was different from that of the dragon race. Their habits were also very different. To adapt, it would take at least thousands of years of cultivation and adjustment. Divine Thunder of the Dragon Clan, Extreme Water Change. Qin Feng sneered, and the 9 underworld's dragon power in his body changed. Countless divine lightning of the Dragon Clan were born from the collision of the surrounding 9 underworld's black water, turning into a terrifying sea of lightning. Bolts of lightning swept across and exploded on the dizzy rainbow divine dragon's body. Ayo, ayo! Screams rang out as the corrosive 9 underworld's divine thunder exploded. Countless scales of the rainbow divine dragon were turned into sieves as the flesh and blood inside rotted away. Roar! The 7-color divine dragon was extremely angry. Ignoring the injuries on his body, he opened his mouth and a layer of terrifying dragon breath gathered in his mouth. In the next moment, it turned into a towering dragon breath that swept across the sky. The 9 underworld's black water directly evaporated. The terrifying rainbow-colored dragon breath instantly arrived 1,000 feet away from Qin Feng. Your Honor! Seeing this terrifying scene, the Dark Cloud Snake Empress screamed. Oomph! The multicolor-clothed girl and God Rebel looked at each other and showed a gloating expression. The Dragon Clan's dragon breath was almost impossible to dodge. It shot out 360 degrees without any blind spots. The temperature of the dragon breath was so high that it could evaporate any World King law. This move is useless against me. Qin Feng's expression did not change as he extended a dragon claw. Azure Dragon Martial Divine, Dao's hidden dragon palm. A huge vortex appeared above the claw. Endless 9 underworld's demonic power formed a terrifying black vortex between the 4 pitch-black claws. The dragon breath that shot out was like a heavenly river that fell into the eye of the sea and was absorbed. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. The multicolor-clothed girl and God Rebel could not believe their eyes. The dragon breath of the 7-color dragon emperor had actually been completely absorbed into his 5 fingers. Amazing! It can actually form something like an eye of the sea. This way, the Dragon Clan's dragon breath attack will be completely ineffective. In the depths of the primitive dragon gate, black dragon's eyes widened. White dragon's eyes scanned Qin Feng, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. He felt that Qin Feng's martial art was extremely effective against the Dragon Clan. Azure Dragon Martial Divine, Dao's coiling dragon blast. Qin Feng felt his 4 claws go numb. The 7-color divine dragon's immense power made him feel like he could not control it. He did not dare to underestimate it. He used a secret technique and refined the 7-color divine dragon's dragon breath into a black ball. It landed on the dragon's tail like a stream of light. At that moment, in everyone's eyes, there seemed to be a spinning black ball on Qin Feng's dragon tail. The moment the black ball reached the dragon's tail, Qin Feng used Dragon Tail Whip and suddenly swept the 7-color divine dragon's mouth, which was still spitting out dragon breath. It was like a huge slap. Bang! Roar! A tragic dragon roar reverberated through the chaotic region. The multicolor-clothed girl, God Rebel, Old Ancestor 6 Directions, and the others could not help but close their eyes. This must be very painful. Of course, it was very painful. The seven-color divine dragon's entire mouth was smashed by the tail, and its dragon teeth fell out. His body was sent flying high into the air. Flood dragon fault. Qin Feng roared into the sky, and his dragon body changed. Like a pair of black scissors, he locked onto the seven-color divine dragon's body and swept it. The sharp black light was like a peerless divine weapon. In an instant, it swept the seven-colored divine dragon. As the seven-colored divine dragon let out a sorrowful cry, its head was chopped off. Roar, roar, roar. The seven-colored divine dragon's head let out a terrifying dragon roar. It tried its best to reform its dragon body. Endless dragon chi swept over and was devoured by it. With a flash of black light, it turned back into a black dragon. It sneered at the scene. Final struggle. With a shocking dragon roar, 10,000 streams of 9 underworlds black water appeared. 1, 2, 3. In the sky, a total of 9 dragon tails appeared. Black Snake Hunter Crack Strike. This was an ultimate technique of the black water inheritance. When Qin Feng used it with his dragon body and 9 underworlds black water, its power was more than 3 times stronger than when it was used by the son of black water. For the first time, fear appeared in the seven-colored divine dragon's eyes. It did not want to die, but in the next moment, the huge snake tail hid its 2 halves. Bam, 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 like a divine mountain. The 2 halves of its body turned into a bloody mist. It's dead. It's dead just like that. The multicolor robe lady and god rebel's expressions were as if a barrel of fuel had exploded. It was extremely interesting. The seven-colored divine dragon that had tortured them like dogs was killed by a combination of attacks. The speed was unimaginably fast. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. It's dead just like that? In the depths of the desolate dragon sect, the 2 dragon kings looked at each other. After a while, Black Dragon said in a low, muffled voice, "Cunning brat." White Dragon smiled. Logically speaking, the seven-color dragon emperor should not be so weak. However, this seven-color dragon emperor had just been reborn and gained sentience not long ago. In addition, it had defeated the dragon of destruction earlier. It was inevitable that the sky-devouring flood dragon would be careless. That was why the Xianming flood dragon took the opportunity to kill it with a combination of attacks. What a clever brat. White Dragon stared at Qin Feng with a strange look in his eyes. Tomorrow update 4. Chapter 8:15. Countless rainbow-colored lights appeared from the seven-colored Dragon Emperor's corpse and formed a rainbow-colored talisman in front of Qin Feng. The rainbow-colored talisman faintly exuded a vast and ancient aura. When the rainbow-colored divine light shone on it, the dragon bloodline in his body seemed to be undergoing a complete transformation. What a treasure! Just as he was about to grab it into his body, at that moment, a figure rushed out of the void like a gust of wind and grabbed at the seven-colored dragon transformation talisman. It was an old man with a pair of fleshy wings. As his wings flapped, he arrived beside the seven-colored dragon transformation talisman in an instant. His eyes were filled with burning greed as he grabbed at the talisman with his pitch-black claws. "Who's there?" The rainbow-robed lady, god-defying, Patriarch 6 directions, and the others were shocked. "How dare you?" Qin Feng was so angry that he laughed. There was a chill in his eyes. "How dare you snatch my things? You're courting death." Space freeze. Silently, the space law froze the space within dozens of miles. The old man's expression changed as he felt that he could not move. Even though he was a stage 7 Earth Saint, he had temporarily lost the ability to resist. He tried his best to activate the demonic power in his body. Wind law unrivaled. However, to his horror, the stage 7 Earth Saint wind law could only slightly affect the space law around him. Boom! At that moment, several loud noises were heard. Several voices rushed out from within the dragon chi. The seven-color dragon emperor is dead. Our chance is here. We didn't wait here in vain. Kid, thank you for getting rid of the seven-colored dragon emperor for us. With the impact of several laws, the sealed space laws were instantly shattered into pieces. The rainbow-robed lady, God-defying, Patriarch 6 directions, and the others gasped. These figures were all old monsters. The weakest among them was a stage 7 Earth Saint. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. These people had sensed the commotion and were hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to snatch the 7-colored dragon transformation talisman. However, while the space froze, Qin Feng had already moved to the side of the 7-colored dragon transformation talisman and grabbed it into his body. In terms of speed, he, who cultivated the space law, far surpassed the others. "Kid, stop it. Bastard, you're courting death." Qin Feng grabbed the 7-colored dragon transformation talisman. The eyes of the 4 Earth Sage realm cultivators almost popped out of their sockets. In the next moment, their killing intent soared as they charged toward Qin Feng. "You old bastards, you dare to be my oriole and steal my things? Do you think that I, Qin Feng, am a pushover? Today, I will make you old bastards pay the price." Qin Feng first set his eyes on the old winged dragon that was close to him. The winged dragon of the Azure Dragon did not realize the danger. Seeing the dragon transformation talisman fly away, it was enraged. It flapped its wings and countless wind elemental laws turned into black gales that swept towards Qin Feng. "The laws of wind dare to compete with my laws of space." Qin Feng's eyes turned ferocious. The grotto heaven origin energy in his body surged into his body, and a strand of the space laws shot out. Space Devour. The faint space laws were like a stream of light. Wherever it passed, the wind laws seemed to be bitten open. In the next moment, it appeared in front of the winged dragon and hit the old winged dragon. The laws of space? A trace of disbelief and despair flashed through the old winged dragon's eyes. The laws of space were king-grade laws. Within the same realm, king-grade laws had a great suppressive effect on the laws below it. The law of space struck the old winged dragon. With a shrill cry, the old winged dragon's chest seemed to have been devoured by something terrifying, and a bloody wound appeared. After losing his internal organs, the old winged dragon did not immediately lose his vitality. He screamed, looked in a direction, and flew to the side. However, in the next moment, a black-robed, middle-aged man appeared in front of him. This person was Old Ancestor 6 Directions, who had reacted. His body changed, and he turned into a sun-devouring snake. He opened his mouth and bit the old winged dragon who was caught off guard. "Ah!" The old winged dragon screamed and struggled with all his might. "A tonic delivered to my doorstep." Old Ancestor 6 Directions' eyes were filled with greed. He bit down on the old winged dragon and swallowed it with all his strength. In the blink of an eye, the old winged dragon was defeated and left in a miserable state. The other 3 dragon race powerhouses had dignified expressions. Of the 3 of them, 1 was an 8th-level World King and 2 were 7th-level Earth Saints. They were Sage Monarch Waterview, Old Ancestor Chi Yin, and Old Ancestor Blackcloud. Sage Monarch Waterview was the strongest of the 3, a world king who had dominated the deep sea. Sage Monarch Waterview was a wandering cultivator from a sea. He was a water monster and could be called an ancient water monster king that had lived for thousands of years. As for Old Ancestor Chi Yin, he was born in the South Sea Dragon Palace and was an elder there. Old Ancestor Blackcloud was a powerhouse of the Soaring Serpent clan. Mountain and Sea Scripture. Middle Mountain Scripture. The mountains of the firewood mulberry. Above them are silver, below them are jade, and below them are stone mulberry. The trees are willow, pine, grass, mulberry. The beasts are elk, and many are white snakes and flying snakes. The soaring serpent was a snake that could fly. It possessed an extremely strong dragon nature. The 3 of them hadn't arrived late. They had arrived when Qin Feng, the multicolor-clothed woman, and God Defy had joined forces to deal with the 7-colored Dragon Emperor. However, the 3 of them were extremely sinister and cunning. They had been hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. They were prepared to be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. Their plan was well thought out. However, Qin Feng's strength was simply too tyrannical. The three of them had mouths full of blood. Now, they could neither advance nor retreat. Qin Feng glared at the three powerhouses with an ominous glint in his eyes. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Seeing Qin Feng quickly deal with the old winged dragon, the multicolor-clothed woman and God defied glanced at each other. Their eyes were also filled with coldness. Strictly speaking, the three of them had been tricked. However, the seven-colored dragon transformation talisman had been obtained by Qin Feng. Although the two of them were helpless, they still had other thoughts in their hearts. The seven-colored dragon transformation talisman was a supreme treasure that was related to one's future. If one could obtain this talisman, not to mention becoming an ancestral dragon, they would have an extremely high chance of transforming into a true dragon. Treasures moved one's heart. Qin Feng was also paying attention to the multicolor-clothed woman and God Defy. Although he had fought the seven-colored dragon emperor with the two of them previously, one could not tell the difference between people. The two of them might be tempted by the treasure and draw their weapons against each other. Kill! The three powerhouses exchanged glances and attacked almost at the same time. Ocean law, water overturns heaven and earth. Sun law, 9 suns overlapping light. Darkness law, no 2 suns in the sky. The three of them knew that it would be difficult for them to settle this peacefully, so they brought out their trump cards. Terrifying energy blasted over like 3 rainbows shooting down from the heavens. They instantly reached Qin Feng's head. It's useless. These laws are all elemental laws. Even if the sun law and darkness law have unfathomable powers, they're nothing before the space law. Space is king. Time is supreme. Space encompasses everything. Today, I'll show you how powerful the space law is. Qin Feng sneered and struck out with a palm. Boundless demonic power surged, and a huge pitch-black vortex appeared on his palm. It blasted toward the 3 laws. Wait, there are 3 more. Chapter 816. Azure Dragon Martial Divine Path. Hidden Dragon Palm. Gulp. Like a gigantic black hole, it swallowed the 3 laws in one gulp. A ball of light appeared on Qin Feng's palm. This, Sage Shui Jing, Patriarch Qian, and Patriarch Black Cloud opened their mouths wide as if they had seen a ghost. 3 fools. He can even swallow the 7-colored Dragon Emperor's dragon breath, and he still has such a move to deal with him. Isn't he courting death? The multicolor-clothed woman and the god rebel cursed. Spatial laws were good at containing all kinds of laws. Ordinary laws were restrained by such king-level laws, unless they were termination-type laws. Boom! Qin Feng instantly revealed his dragon body and swept his black dragon tail. The entire chaotic region seemed to be filled with giant tails. Bang! 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 Sage Shui Jing, Patriarch Qian, and Patriarch Black Cloud were sent flying like cannonballs. Patriarch Shui Jing, who was the strongest, was slightly better. The tyrannical world king law wrapped around him at the last moment like a ball of soft water. He only felt a tightness in his chest, and his internal organs were shaken. This was only a minor injury. Ancestor Qian and Ancestor Black Cloud were in a much more miserable state. The Earth Holy Realm Law of Sun and Law of Darkness barrier that covered their bodies only lasted for a split second when the dragon tail slammed into them. Then, the dragon tail slammed into their bodies. Bang! 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 Halfway through, their bodies exploded, and 2 panicked Saint souls rushed out. Good chance. Patriarch 6 Directions, who had just swallowed winged dragon and felt the void-devouring realm completely recover, turned green. The huge, sky-devouring boss serpent bit at the 2 panicked Saint souls. Sky-devouring boss serpent, no. Patriarch Qian and Patriarch Black Cloud were scared out of their wits. Like 2 streams of light, one red and one black, they fled toward the dangerous, chaotic region. You want to run? It's too late. Patriarch Six Directions' snake eyes were burning with greed. If he swallowed these two saints' souls, it would be a great supplement, comparable to hundreds of years of cultivation. How could let the cooked duck fly away? Spatial laws devour heaven and earth. The huge snake's mouth opened, and a terrifying suction force burst out. It was as if an ancient world of nothingness had appeared in its mouth, and it swept out for dozens of miles. The two saints' souls, who had fled several kilometers away, cried out in alarm as they were sucked into Patriarch Six Directions' mouth. The snake's mouth closed, and old ancestor Six Directions returned to his human form. He closed his eyes slightly, and in an instant, the two saints' souls were completely refined by him. They turned into a surge of clear energy that entered Bashi's body. This caused the demonic aura on his body to become even denser. Dense demonic energy circulated around him as if it had transformed into a terrifying black hole that could suck one's soul away. This old ancestor Six Directions is more suited to be a trash bin. He can swallow anything and doesn't even need to be sorted. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Qin Feng's gaze landed on Sage Monarch Shui Jing. His divine perception locked onto Great Sage Shui Jing. I don't care who you are. I'll give you two choices. Submit or die. Qin Feng looked at Sage Monarch Shui Jing, who was in a sorry state, and his eyes were filled with a trace of killing intent. Sage Monarch Shui Jing's face twitched, and a trace of anger grew. After cultivating for 3,000 years, he was known as the Demon King and ruled over countless water demons. Even the Dragon Palace of the Five Seas couldn't do anything to him and had to give in to him. When had there ever been a day where he was forced by a young kid? His heart was filled with killing intent as he spoke with a gloomy expression. Kid, don't be too complacent. I'm not a pushover. It's a small world. I'll remember you. You better pray that I don't know your identity. Otherwise, I'll exterminate your 9 generations. As soon as he finished speaking, a white divine light appeared on his body. A white divine dragon wrapped around his body. With a boom, like glass shattering, the white light broke through the seal of the surrounding space and went deep into the primitive dragon gate. Dragon Transformation Talisman? Qin Feng's face sank. This was the power of the Dragon Transformation Talisman. Sage Monarch Shui Jing had used the Dragon Transformation Talisman to enter the 3rd stage and escape Jiang Yi's seal. Exterminate my 9 generations, he. A trace of malevolence flashed across the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. The killing intent in his eyes was like a real sword. Today, no matter where you hide, you won't be able to escape death. With cold eyes, Qin Feng glanced at everyone present. He activated the 7-colored Dragon Transformation Talisman that he had yet to refine. A beam of 7-color divine light shot out from his body and turned into a 7-color divine dragon that wrapped around him. Similarly, he entered the depths of the primitive dragon gate. Let's go too. 3 rays of brilliance appeared on Dark Cloud Snake Queen, Scarlet, and Old Ancestor Six Directions. Dark Cloud Snake Queen and Scarlet had white divine light, while Old Ancestor Six Directions had yellow divine light. The 3 figures chased after Qin Feng, who had transformed into a 7-color divine light, and disappeared from the spot. Young Master God and I, are you not going to enter the 3rd stage? The multicolor-clothed lady looked at the silent black-clothed youth beside her. God and I raised his head as his black eyebrows twitched. Jiang Kai, you don't have to test me. You and I have the same thoughts. Since the Rainbow Dragon Transformation Talisman is in someone else's hands, we naturally have to look for more opportunities. This 2nd stage is a divine item that is hard to come by in an era. Every additional talisman that we obtain will be greatly beneficial to us. The multicolor-clothed lady, Jiang Ka smiled. 9 days. It wasn't even a day yet. Although both of them had obtained a Dragon Transformation Talisman previously, it would be fine if they obtained the Rainbow Dragon Transformation Talisman. However, they couldn't give up now to prevent Qin Feng from widening the gap between them. The two of them looked at each other and were speechless. They weren't convinced of their loss. If that's the case, let's part here. See you in the third stage. See you in the third stage. Two rays of brilliance rushed out of the chaotic region and flew in different directions. Rumble. It was like a ray of flowing light. Qin Feng felt that he had flown into a purple region. The purple clouds were hazy and covered the sky. After flying for an unknown period of time, the rainbow divine light broke through the purple clouds and an ancient sacred mountain appeared. The rainbow divine light flew into a hall on the sacred mountain. Not long after, a few streams of light flew in one after another. Patriarch's 6 directions: Dark Cloud, Snake Empress, and Scarlet. After a while, seeing that there was no more movement, Qin Feng knew that the multicolor-clothed lady and god defying would not come over in the near future. He knew what the two of them were thinking. What rich, pure, yang dragon she? A series of exclamations sounded in his ears. Qin Feng swept his gaze and saw Patriarch's 6 directions sizing up the hall. The hall was filled with purple clouds. This dragon chi seems to be absorbable. Dark Cloud Snake Empress was pleasantly surprised. Her body was filled with purple clouds. Countless purple clouds entered her body, causing her essence spirit to expand. Of course it can be absorbed. This is pure yang dragon chi. This dragon chi is different from the impure dragon chi outside. It is the essence of the primordial dragon gate's depths. It is one of the few dragon chi that can be absorbed in the primordial dragon gate. Patriarch's 6 directions' eyes flickered with a trace of amazement. The purple yang dragon chi could be said to be a sacred item to the dragon race. It was a treasure that could purify and evolve one's bloodline. If a pig cultivated here for 100 years, it could turn into a dragon. It was unknown how much pure purple yang dragon chi was gathered here. Qin Feng scanned the surroundings with a cold expression. Sage Shui Jing had entered this place before them. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Take a day off. Gather at night. More updates tomorrow. Chapter 817. Just as they were looking around, a piece of information silently entered everyone's mind. As Qin Feng read it, a strange look appeared in his eyes. Dragonization Pagoda, Chaos Holy Dragon Portrait, Dragonization Pagoda. The third stage is for us to enter the Dragonization Pagoda to comprehend the Chaos Holy Dragon Portrait. Old ancestor Lu He was a little dazed. The primal Chaos Holy Dragon Portrait has 9 layers. The first layer has 9 diagrams. The second layer has 81 diagrams. The third layer has 729 diagrams. The fourth layer has 6,561 diagrams. The ninth layer has 387,489 diagrams. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with a strange light. According to the third stage of the Desolate Dragon Gate, one could only enter the next layer after comprehending a layer and cultivating to the level of Deshang. In theory, as long as one entered the fourth layer, one could attempt to transform into a dragon. However, generally speaking, the more complete the Chaos Holy Dragon Portrait was, the higher the grade of the bloodline and dragon species after transforming into a dragon. If one could comprehend more than 70% of the Chaos Holy Dragon Portrait, that was to say, enter the 7th layer and almost become a dragon ancestor. Among the people present, even Qin Feng was excited. Look, there's a jade slip here. At this time, the little female dragon's voice sounded. Qin Feng glanced over, only to see a purple jade slip appearing on a table at the side of the great hall. Old ancestor Lu He picked it up and closed his eyes slightly. In the next moment, his expression changed slightly. Seeing Qin Feng looking over, he quickly handed the jade slip over. Your Holiness. He took it and scanned it with his divine sense. A piece of information flowed into his divine sense, and Qin Feng's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. He turned around and looked at the wall of the main hall. The wall was filled with dense purple clouds that lingered around it, making it hazy. According to the method recorded in the jade slip, Qin Feng formed a hand seal that turned into a stream of light and blasted into the wall. It was as if the heavens and earth were being split apart. Countless purple clouds surged like boiling water, revealing the central scene. It was a piece of primordial jade disk. The center of the jade disk was filled with countless mountains and rivers. The purple chi was majestic. In the center of the jade disk world, an ancient pagoda appeared before everyone's eyes. The dragonized pagoda is actually inside this jade disk. The dark cloud snake empress was indescribably shocked. The little female dragon and old ancestor's 6 directions walked over. Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. A world in a flower, a world in a blade of grass, a small world in a world of its own. Creation is indeed miraculous. However, this jade disk is slightly primordial and contains a kind of frightening aura. Clearly, it is also a supreme treasure. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and pondered in his heart. It said that there's a primordial treasure called the primordial origin embryo. It said that this item was born from a wisp of primordial energy in the primordial era. It contains endless mysteries. When it was born, countless experts from the primordial era fought for it. Even ancient sovereigns and great emperors appeared to fight for it. However, it was said that the primordial origin embryo disappeared without a trace. Could it be that this? Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The primordial origin embryo was one of the top supreme treasures in the primordial era. Although it was ranked lower than first-rate supreme treasures like the primordial dragon gate and Chunbei radiant steel. However, it was definitely one of the top second-rate supreme treasures. This kind of second-rate supreme treasure, even if it was only a second-rate supreme treasure, was enough to become the supreme treasure of first-rate sect. Innate Grand Mist Origin Qi, the leader of all innate Qi, dominates all kinds of Qi. Even just a trace of it is greatly beneficial. If one manages to cultivate the innate Grand Mist Holy Soul, they will be immortal and indestructible. Even if an ancient emperor or an emperor descends, they won't be able to destroy it. Qin Feng was a little envious. This was a really good item. Besides the half-step universe book, he didn't have any other treasures that could compare to this item. Even 1/9 of the Chunbei radiant steel couldn't compare. It's a pity. Although this item is good, it already has an owner. Qin Feng knew better than the average person how strong the primordial dragon gate was. This kind of existence was almost boundlessly strong. He couldn't even think about it now. However, since this dragon transformation pagoda is located in the primordial origin embryo's primordial origin world, there should still be some chances. If I can obtain it, even if it's just a wisp of primordial origin Qi, then Qin Feng's eyes turned and many sinister thoughts flashed through his mind. His hands weren't slow, and he formed another seal. Boom! Flowing light shot out, and a boundless passage formed by purple Qi appeared on the jade wall. Let's go! Glancing at everyone, Qin Feng lightly shouted. His figure transformed into a beam of black light and disappeared into it. Let's go in too. Old Ancestor's 6 directions eyes were filled with excitement. The dragon transformation pagoda was right in front of him. Sister, let's go too. The dark cloud snake empress pulled the little female dragon, who was looking around with her head tilted. The little female dragon shook off the dark cloud snake empress hand. Under the dark cloud snake empress' strange gaze, she came to the side of an eternal oil lamp and picked it up. Sister, what are you doing? The dark cloud snake empress frowned, looking puzzled. The little female dragon smiled foolishly. Sister Dark Cloud, it's too dark in here. I need the lamp. Sister, we are from the Dragon Clan. We are innate saints. Why would we need a lamp? The dark cloud snake empress was helpless. Seeing the little female dragon holding onto the eternal oil lamp, she could only smile helplessly. But then again, the snake body didn't like light. After transforming into a dragon body, it had a certain obsession with bright things. It was as if there was a special attraction, and it liked bright things. The dark cloud snake empress pulled the little female dragon and leaped into the passage. After the two of them leaped into the passage, the purple Qi disappeared, and a layer of purple chi surged up from the jade wall, covering the jade wall again. It was hazy, like a layer of flowing purple mist. The group of people disappeared into the passage. On the surrounding coiling dragon pillars, two dragon shadows flew down from the coiling dragon pillars, turning into two middle-aged men in long robes, one in black and one in white. Their long robes fluttered as they scanned the jade wall. Then, their gaze fell on the eternal oil lamp that was missing one. The two of them looked at each other, and the middle-aged man in black asked, "Old White, you didn't set up a restriction on these eternal oil lamps?" The white dragon was a little embarrassed. "Wasn't it because the evil Dragon King was born in the Dragon Gate last time? I was so excited that my hands got itchy, and I forgot." The black dragon snorted, glanced at the white dragon, and said, "What do we do now? There are 12 eternal oil lamps here, and one is missing. What should we do?" "It's fine. It shouldn't be difficult to make another one, right?" The black dragon glanced at the smiling white dragon. "You can do it. Although the lamp looks ordinary, you and I both know how hard it is to make it. The flame is not ordinary. It is a strand of innate, godly flame formed by countless dragon chi in the depths of the Dragon Gate. The lamp oil is also not ordinary. It is the dragon soul of some evil dragon kings that were born in the depths of the Dragon Gate. One lamp can burn for an epoch. One lamp is as powerful as an innate true weapon outside. You can easily make another one." Yishiwa nodded his head and said, "That's not a problem." The black dragon's face turned darker as he spoke. Author's note: there's a New Year's Day gathering tonight, so I took a day off. I've already informed everyone in the group, so I'll explain it here. In addition, everyone, Happy New Year's Eve. Let's spend the New Year's Eve together. The first chapter of the new year will be presented at midnight. Chapter 8:18. A stream of light flashed. In a plaza filled with purple gas, a few streams of light broke through the air and appeared. This is the inside of the Dragon Transformation Pagoda. Qin Feng looked up and saw a huge bronze hall. The surroundings were filled with a bronze texture, and the surrounding was filled with the purple sun dragon chi that was even denser than the outside. At the head of the table, ancient divine diagrams appeared one after another. There were a total of 9 divine diagrams, and countless dragon shadows were circling around. Just by looking at it, one's origin spirit would be engrossed in it. What a profound mystic art! Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He had seen thousands of mystic arts, but there were very few that could give him such a feeling. At this moment, Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed as he swept his gaze towards the purple mist not far away. Seeing Qin Feng's strange movement, Patriarch 6 Directions and Snake Empress looked at each other and silently surrounded the purple mist. "Come out, old man. You can't hide." With a wave of his sleeves, a gust of wind rolled up, and the purple mist scattered like a tornado. A blue-robed, middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone with an ugly expression. This person was none other than Sage Monarch Shui Jing. "Little bastard, don't go overboard. Do you know who I am?" Sage Monarch Shui Jing's expression was cold and filled with a threat. "I don't care who you are. You dare to threaten me? You are dead." With a sinister look, a spatial law silently appeared and instantly reached the top of Sage Monarch Shui Jing's head. PFFF. Without any sound, the spatial law disappeared. Qin Feng frowned as he felt the Kong clan's law rushing out from his body, as if it was being dissolved by a strange power. In the Dragon Transformation Pagoda, any attack is ineffective. Without any sound, a message appeared in everyone's mind. "Haha, little bastard, you can't do anything to me." Sage Monarch Shui Jing was stunned and then laughed out loud. He was extremely proud. Qin Feng's expression didn't change as he sneered. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Sage Monarch Shui Jing. His dragon claws popped out and instantly grabbed Sage Monarch Shui Jing's neck. Tens of thousands of claw prints blasted towards Sage Monarch Shui Jing's face. Bang, 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 bang. Caught off guard, Sage Shui Jing's old face was covered by countless claw marks. A slap to the face, a naked slap to the face. His face was burning. Sage monarch Shui Jing wasn't in pain, but in anger. His attack was ineffective, and his face did not hurt, but his heart had suffered a huge blow. An old demon king had never been beaten up like this, and had his face stepped on like this. Boom! Saint Shui Jing's entire body erupted with a frenzied aura. He stared at Qin Feng with a sinister expression. This old man will fight it out with you. Saint Shui Jing's body transformed and turned into a giant water devil beast. It was a dragon body that looked like a loach. Its ocean blue dragon scales were filled with water vapor. The blue dragon opened its mouth and bit towards Qin Feng. So it's an old loach. Qin Feng sneered as the azure dragon martial divine Dao appeared. One of his hands turned into a pitch-black 9 underworld dragon claw and grabbed on his sage, Shui Jing's dragon tail. Bang, bang, bang. Old Ancestor 6 Directions and the Dark Cloud Snake Empress were dazzled as they watched their lord beat up Sage Shui Jing. Whether Sage Shui Jing was in human form or dragon form, he was pressed down and beaten on the ground. The two of them fought from the wall to the wall, from the pillar to the pillar. From start to finish, whether it was martial techniques in human form or dragon form, Sage Shui Jing had no way to fight back. If it wasn't for the Dragon Transformation Pagoda's individual rules that rendered attacks ineffective, Sage Shui Jing would have been beaten to a pulp. Even so, Sage Monarch Shui Jing was still howling in pain. Within the Dragon Transformation Pagoda, there were dragon race powerhouses rushing over. Many powerhouses stopped to watch this battle. A battle between world kings was very rare. No wonder the 7-color dragon emperor was killed by his bare hands. Old Ancestor 6 Directions sighed inwardly. From start to finish, Sage Shui Jing was being beaten up. Occasionally, he would counterattack, but it was quickly resolved by Qin Feng. Qin Feng was close to the Dao in terms of close combat. Not only were his attacks fast and ruthless, but they were also extremely vicious. His attacks were all aimed at the flaws that Sage Shui Jing revealed. Old Ancestor 6 Directions could see that Sage Shui Jing wasn't weak. In fact, he was very strong. Whether it was in human form or dragon form, he had all sorts of martial techniques and abilities. All sorts of abilities could be easily grasped. If it were him, he would at most be able to withstand 100 moves from Sage Shui Jing before being pressed to the ground and beaten up. Looking at the black-clothed youth on the ground who was beating up Sage Shui Jing, Old Ancestor 6 Directions suddenly felt that following such a strong High Lord wasn't bad. Moreover, with his talent, it is a good fortune. If he can obtain the position of the Ancestral Dragon, I will at least be part of the second-generation Ancestral Dragon group. Old Ancestor 6 Directions felt a surge of emotions. Old Ancestor 6 Directions was very clear how tyrannical his sun-devouring bashed body was. If he wanted to transform into a dragon, without the Rainbow Dragon Transformation Talisman, it was practically a daydream. Who was this black-clothed youth? To be able to suppress Sage Shui Jing with his full strength, he shouldn't be a nobody in the 5 Seas dragon race. On the other side, within the purple mist, 2 valiant youths looked at this scene in astonishment. Sage Shui Jing was a demon king in an outer sea outside the East Sea. He ruled over countless water demons and established the Shui Jing Dragon Palace. He could be said to be an old demon king who had been famous for a long time. The East Sea Dragon Palace had suppressed him many times, but they had never obtained any benefits from this demon king. Brother Ao Qing, aren't you the crown prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace? Could be that this person isn't from your East Sea Dragon Palace. Ao Qing, this person was the crown prince of the East Sea, Ao Qing. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely cause a commotion among countless dragon race experts. Ao Qing could be said to be a rare genius in the East Sea Dragon Palace. Innate bloodline atavism, born with 4 generations of true dragons, he could be said to be a noble descendant. Moreover, this person was also a person with great luck. He had many fortuitous encounters and even obtained the inheritance of the primordial wood god, Muhong. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, he was definitely the next Dragon Emperor. His strength was also unfathomable. No, he shouldn't be from the Dragon Palace of the Five Seas. He should be a person with great luck who was born during the Golden Era. Ao Qing's eyes were filled with astonishment. His origin wasn't as simple as what the outside world had said, and he had seen more. In Qin Feng's body, Qin Feng saw a flourishing, boundless bloodline. That bloodline was even more powerful and ancient than the 4 generations of innate dragon race. It's at least the 2nd-generation bloodline. I just don't know what kind of dragon bloodline he will have after transforming into a dragon. If it's the Azure Dragon, our East Sea might have another supreme in the future, he muttered to himself. He glanced at the youth beside him. This youth's original form was an innate lightning dragon. Among the 5 seas, the East Sea was blue, the South Sea was red, the North Sea was ice, and the West Sea was black. The Endless Sea was the territory of the Golden Dragon race. This youth named Ao Nen was also someone that the East Sea wanted to rope in. If I can rope in these two, I think the position of the future Dragon Emperor will be in the bag. However, the main goal now is to transform the divine dragon's body into a true dragon's body. I heard that the 9 great ancestral dragons have fallen, and their final inheritance is in the depths of the primitive dragon gate. Ao Qing's eyes flashed with astonishment. Second update, 3 to go. Chapter 819. Bang! After kicking Sage Shui Jing away, Qin Feng clapped his hands and walked out from the purple mist. He had also noticed that more and more people were entering the 3rd stage. Beating up Sage Shui Jing was indeed satisfying, but wasting precious time wasn't worth it. According to the rules, the time one could stay in the Dragon Transformation Pagoda was very limited. Boom! Sage Shui Jing was knocked unconscious and was sent flying by a kick. He roared and rushed towards Qin Feng again. The boundless ocean laws were like a torrential ocean. Looking for a beating, right? Qin Feng suddenly flipped over and appeared in front of Sage Shui Jing. His legs turned into a dragon's tail and attacked head-on. Bang! 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 As though the air was exploding, the pitch-black dragon's tail blasted Sage Shui Jing a few hundred feet away. Bang! He smashed onto the walls of the pagoda, causing the entire pagoda to rumble. When many experts saw this scene, they immediately turned their faces away. This was simply unbearable. Sage Shui Jing finally woke up from the state of being beaten up. Seeing the surrounding gazes, his face was red and the veins on his forehead were popping out. Little bastard. Sage Shui Jing gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He hadn't been humiliated like this for thousands of years. This was a great humiliation. Old thing, do you still want to be taught a lesson? If your muscles and bones are itching, I don't mind giving you another beating. Qin Feng sneered. You? Sage Shui Jing's face was red, and the middle-aged man almost had the urge to go berserk. Sweeping a glance at everyone, Sage Shui Jing didn't say anything, but his heart was filled with hatred. He glanced at Qin Feng with resentment and ran to a corner obediently. He made up his mind that he would definitely get back at Qin Feng one day. You are tactful, Qin Feng sneered. Qin Feng scanned the surroundings. It wasn't long before there were 4 to 5 more people on the first level of the Dragon Transformation Pagoda. Qin Feng glanced at a valiant youth who was wearing a green gown. Subsequently, his gaze landed on a youth with an aquiline nose. One of them stood in front of the stone wall, while the other had already begun to cultivate according to the diagram. As if sensing Qin Feng's gaze, the two opened their eyes and nodded slightly. Very strong, and it seems that his bloodline is not weak either. Qin Feng was secretly surprised. He could sense that although their bloodline auras were slightly weaker than his, they were not weaker than the multicolor-robed woman and the god rebel from before. In the other half, there were 3 people quietly comprehending the first level of the Chaos Holy Dragon portrait. Qin Feng glanced at them. These three were all old fellows with many years of experience. 2 men and 1 woman. They didn't seem to be from the orthodox dragon clan. They seemed to be like him, having joined the dragon clan halfway. The 3 of them closed their eyes to deduce their cultivation techniques. They had no intention of communicating with Qin Feng and the others. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and looked at the walls of the pagoda. With just a glance, the 9 divine pictures appeared in his eyes. These 9 divine pictures seemed to be a kind of visualization technique. Qin Feng glanced at them, and a divine dragon with scales and claws seemed to appear in his mind. As he thought about it, countless dragon qi gathered in his body and circulated. Many hidden acupoints seemed to be loosening. No, this shouldn't be a visualization technique, right? Qin Feng shook his head. He could see that the young man called Ao Nen was practicing a set of martial arts. He could faintly see the shape of a dragon. Countless draconic auras surrounded him and spurted out from his pores, transforming into a true dragon that circled around him. The surrounding purple sun dragon Qi was devoured by him, and the dragon Qi became purer and more majestic. Qin Feng could vaguely see the shadows of the 9 divine pictures in it. Pucci. At this moment, an extremely hot aura swept over from the side. Qin Feng frowned. At the side, the little female dragon was sitting cross-legged. Countless flames flowed on the surface of her body and went deep into her body. Vaguely, an extremely hot dragon pearl was formed by her, surrounded by countless flames and refined. That crimson dragon pearl was continuously absorbing the surrounding purple sun dragon qi. There was a trace of extremely pure dragon qi on the dragon pearl. Under the influence of this trace of pure crimson dragon qi, the dragon qi on the surface of her body became purer and purer, just like real flames. She's using the dragon pearl to purify the dragon qi in her body to refine her bloodline. Qin Feng was enlightened. Everyone was using their own understanding to refine their bloodline. The thunder dragon, named Ao Nan's method, was to refine his physical body to achieve extreme changes. He would subtly refine his dragon meridians and finally transform into a true dragon. The little female dragon used a little bit to refine her dragon pearl, and the most important thing was to touch her bloodline. The visualization technique that he had comprehended previously was to refine one's spirit into a true dragon. Visualizing a real, true dragon and refining it into a Dharma idol. The most important thing was to combine the Dharma idol and the true body, which could also turn the false into the real. However, in Qin Feng's opinion, although this method was good, it was probably impossible to transform into a true dragon in just 9 days. Qin Feng scanned his surroundings. This place was filled with extremely pure purple sun dragon qi and even more precious dragon qi. Cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating for 10 years or even decades outside. He had to find a shortcut within a short period of time. Transform into a true dragon in 9 days. Suddenly, Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. That's right. The 6 Directions God-Fiend Compass seems to be able to deduce the myriad manifestations, mystic steps, and trace the source. Why don't I borrow its power to deduce the shortest and fastest path out? After making up his mind, Qin Feng's energy changed, and a black and white 6 Directions God-Fiend Compass appeared in his heart. 6 Directions Scripture Mystic Technique? At the side, Patriarch 6 Directions, who was comprehending the 9 divine pictures, glanced at the compass in Qin Feng's hand and muttered to himself. He was not stupid and instantly understood Qin Feng's intentions. Good idea. Imitating Qin Feng, he circulated his demonic energy, and the same black and white appeared. A compass also appeared in his hand. This old fart. Qin Feng naturally saw Patriarch 6 Directions' actions and sneered inwardly. The same mystic technique in the hands of different people had completely different efficiency. 6 Directions' mystic technique, heaven and earth, deduce myriad manifestations. Qin Feng sat cross-legged as the surging chaos grotto heavens source energy surged out of his hand like a long river and poured into the six directions God-fiend compass. At the same time, Qin Feng felt his consciousness fuse with the compass. Under the compass's power, it was as if thousands of thoughts were born. Countless thoughts were pushed by the chaos grotto heavens source energy and began to deduce the 9 divine pictures. In an instant, thousands of methods appeared in Qin Feng's mind, but they were quickly eliminated one by one. At that moment, Qin Feng did not know that the wisp of providence above his head was silently funneling into the compass while it was operating. As this wisp of providence was burned, the compass's deduction speed seemed to increase by dozens of times. They watched as this wisp of providence disappeared. In the dark, the two dragon kings of beginning and termination looked at each other, unable to hide the shock in their eyes. Providence Mystic Technique? This is the 3rd update. There's still 2 more updates. It will be out before 12. Chapter 820. Providence secret techniques were extremely rare. Any secret technique related to providence and providence would definitely not be inferior to the legendary or even the mythical level. Providence was the most profound and obscure. This was the forbidden domain of the heavenly Tao. Even the powerful desolate dragon sect could not interfere in this domain. This secret technique is also profound, but it consumes a lot. The black dragon glanced at the wisp of providence that flowed out of Qin Feng's head. If an ordinary person obtained this wisp of providence, it would be enough for them to live a life of luxury. However, compared to the providence of a son of providence, this was not much. It was just a drop in the bucket. This wisp of providence is nothing. The providence consumed by cultivating the chaos holy dragon portrait is the real deal. The white dragon smiled slyly. The black dragon mumbled, "So what? This chaos holy dragon portrait is not something an ordinary person can enjoy. Moreover, being able to cultivate the chaos holy dragon portrait is a blessing that they have dreamed of for several lifetimes." The two dragons revealed a trace of envy in their eyes. The chaos holy dragon portrait was the most fundamental secret technique of the dragon race. It was a pity that they were guarding it and could not cultivate it. After burning a wisp of providence, most of the countless thoughts in the compass were destroyed in an instant. Only a few thoughts were left to deduce. This was the choice of providence, and it was the most suitable cultivation method for Qin Feng. In the end, many thoughts were burned one after another. Only the last divine thought was left to complete the deduction. It turned into a divine light and entered Qin Feng's mind. 9-colored dragon Qi. After reading this method, Qin Feng's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. This was indeed the method that was most suitable for him. According to this secret technique, one needed to condense 9 types of water-type dragon Qi in their body. These 9 types of water-type dragon Qi corresponded to 9 types of innate true waters. Once he could cultivate 9 types of water-type dragon Qi, his chances of advancing to a water-type dragon ancestor would greatly increase. The 9 types of innate true waters are the 9 underworlds: Great Een, Star, Sky, Cosmic Light, Azura, 9 Suns, Myriad Spirits, and First Origin. Then, the first type corresponding to the 9-color dragon Qi should be called the 9 underworlds dragon Qi. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with joy as if countless rays of wisdom had enveloped his primordial spirit. He could not help but reveal a look of joy. On the other side, old Ancestor 6 Directions also opened his eyes, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Devour. As long as one evolves the power of devouring the universe to the extreme, one will be able to transform into a true dragon. However, according to the evolution of the primal chaos holy dragon portrait, there should be 9 levels to this devouring transformation. Old Ancestor 6 Unity thought to himself. He glanced at Qin Feng and saw that Qin Feng had already begun to cultivate. He immediately guessed in his heart, He also obtained my 6 harmonies scripture secret technique. I wonder what kind of legacy he managed to deduce. He has a huge middle-sized paradise as his foundation. By relying on these origins to deduce things, the things he deduces will not be inferior to mine. Old Ancestor 6 Directions was secretly depressed. If Qin Feng hadn't forced him, he definitely wouldn't have handed over this secret technique so easily. He glanced around. The two of them had already spent half a day deriving the secret method. Almost everyone around them had already cultivated the first level to the Great Circle and had entered the second level. However, there were some new faces around him. This was a newly arrived expert. Everyone was quietly cultivating and comprehending the primal chaos holy dragon portrait, their faces filled with infatuation. Boom! It was as if countless oceans were rumbling within his body. Qin Feng fiddled with his hands. His posture was extremely strange, but it was filled with a strange Tao rhythm. Countless dragon auras circulated and collided within his body. Some obscure dragon acupuncture points were formed as the layers of dragon auras collided within his body. On the surface of his body, streaks of purple sun dragon chi were wildly devoured into his body with him as the center. In the depths of his dantian, every time Qin Feng's body changed, a trace of pitch-black energy would appear in his dantian. It was like an abyss, and black water rumbled. Old Ancestor 6 Directions widened his eyes. He could feel the changes in Qin Feng's body. It was as if the 9 divine diagrams on the pagoda wall had come to life. An indescribable charm flowed out, causing him to almost be unable to help but be immersed in it. In the Dragon Transformation Pagoda, some experts who were cultivating could feel the fluctuations of the surrounding purple yang dragon aura. They could not help but open their eyes in dissatisfaction. However, with just a glance, their expressions immediately changed. On the first level of the Dragon Transformation Pagoda, more than half of the purple yang dragon aura in the main hall was attracted by an incomparably domineering aura and poured into the black-robed figure. Boom! Black light soared into the sky. An ocean-like black light rushed out from Qin Feng's body. What a tyrannical, absorbing strength. What's going on? Why is it that even though we cultivate the same cultivation method, the purple yang dragon aura he absorbs seems to be 10 times more than ours? Many dragon race experts frowned. I feel that compared to him, the cultivation method that we've comprehended seems to have gone astray. It seems that we should spend more time comprehending this chaos holy dragon diagram. This diagram cannot be a trivial matter. That's right. 100,000-foot tall building starts from the ground. The foundation is the most important. Although there are only 9 diagrams here, and they seem easy to cultivate, they are actually the most important foundation. Once neglected, it might cause irreparable damage. Some old monsters looked at Qin Feng's changing figure, their eyes shining with a divine light. As expected, through the deduction of destiny, he has found the true way to enter the path. Deep within the desolate dragon gate, the 2 dragon kings inwardly praised. However, the more one finds the true path, the greater the consumption of destiny. Look, in the blink of an eye, 1% of the destiny above his head has been sucked away. The white dragon shook his head. Destiny was related to one's cultivation and future. The consumption of destiny could be said to be an extremely serious matter. This was a gamble. Of course, if he succeeded in transforming into a dragon, his true dragon body would naturally descend to replenish his consumption. If he failed to transform into a dragon, he would definitely die under the consumption of his destiny. Thinking about it, something unexpected must have happened after they went out. That's for sure. The Chaos Holy Dragon diagram is a precious treasure. Those who are not fated or blessed will naturally be asking for trouble if they forcefully cultivate it. This is also a form of investment. With destiny as the resource, one can win big with a small amount. If they win, they will naturally transform into a dragon and soar into the sky. If they lose, they will lose everything. They can't blame anyone for that. Let's see. If they don't have great destiny, they won't be able to last long. The black dragon swept his gaze across the field. Those who could enter the Dragon Transformation Pagoda were all people whose destiny far surpassed ordinary people. There were many who had enough destiny to cultivate to the 4th level, but not many could truly endure through the 4th level. Of course, if they obtained the Dragon King's support, it might be different. Boom! At that moment, the black divine light in Qin Feng's body retracted. An ancient 9 underworld dragon talisman that looked like black water appeared in the depths of his dantian. The first dragon talisman was cultivated and the 1st level was perfected. Qin Feng opened his eyes and they shone with a sharp divine light. There's a 5th update later. Chapter 821. With a flash of light, Qin Feng felt that his body was enveloped by a formless divine light, and he disappeared instantly. 2nd level. The purple clouds broke apart, and a figure appeared silently. Qin Feng looked at the surroundings. It was similar to the main hall, but the difference was that the surrounding purple yang dragon aura was 2 times denser, forming a substantial purple fog. Within the purple fog, multiple figures sat cross-legged and meditated. Qin Feng saw the black-clothed beauty, Dark Cloud Snake Queen, on the 1st level. The Dark Cloud Snake Queen opened her eyes and saw that it was Qin Feng. She wanted to get up, but Qin Feng waved his hand to stop her. The black-clothed beauty nodded slightly and continued to meditate on the sacred painting. This was a great opportunity. If it wasn't for the fact that Qin Feng was her honorable lord, and if it was someone else, the Dark Cloud Snake Queen wouldn't have wasted any opportunity. In the main hall, Qin Feng didn't see Lord Xuejing. He guessed that Lord Xuejing had entered the 3rd level in a short period of time. Qin Feng sneered. He might be late, but sharpening the knife wouldn't delay the work of chopping wood. Accumulating the foundation for thousands of years, soaring to the sky. Lord Xuejing might be fast at the beginning, but he might regret at the end. Qin Feng's gaze swept through the other places, but when he looked around, he didn't see the little female dragon. Qin Feng was secretly curious. He thought to himself, that silly dragon can also enter the 3rd level? He was slightly surprised. Qin Feng immediately looked at the walls of the pagoda. There were 81 divine paintings here, and every divine painting seemed to be of the same lineage as the divine painting on the 1st level. However, they looked more mysterious and complicated. The 2nd level corresponds to the Grand Moon Primordial Water, which is one of the 9 great innate primordial waters. The Grand Moon Primordial Water is a type of primordial water with extreme yin and extreme coldness. It can evolve into countless types of post-cold primordial water. Qin Feng looked at the 81 divine diagrams. These 81 divine diagrams contained countless mysteries. Qin Feng could even see the changes of earth, water, wind, fire, yin, yang, darkness, and darkness. He could even see the birth and destruction of time and space, the cycle of life and death. It could be said that these diagrams contained many true inheritances. Qin Feng had never seen a cultivation technique that contained so many true Dao inheritances. However, even if there are 3,000 great Daos, I will only take one. Sitting down cross-legged, Qin Feng adjusted his state of mind. With the experience of the 1st level, he was able to get to work quickly this time. With the 6 directions God-Fiend compass in hand, he began to calculate. His primordial spirit thoughts surged into the compass. His primordial spirit thoughts transformed into thousands of divine senses, and countless sparks of wisdom collided. This kind of calculation consumed a lot of energy. If not for the primal chaos paradise as his backing, even if Qin Feng's true power was much stronger than ordinary people, he would still be sucked dry and turned into a dried corpse. With the 1st level as a foundation, Qin Feng realized that even if it was deducing the 81 diagrams, it was still much more enjoyable than the 1st level. 3 hours later, Qin Feng opened his eyes. The changes of the second great dragon talisman were still clear in his mind. Kacha! Kacha! Getting up slightly, Qin Feng scanned his surroundings. More than 6 hours had passed, and there were already many people around him. Patriarch Six Directions was sitting at the side. The Six Directions God-Fiend compass in front of him flickered with black and white brilliance. He was also focused on deducing. On the other side, some old monsters were also quietly comprehending. Most of the experts who could enter the Dragon Transformation Pagoda were not ordinary people. What Qin Feng could comprehend, others might not understand at the moment, but after observing from the sidelines, they would be able to find some ways to do so. However, not everyone had a secret deduction technique like the Six Direction scripture. It was inevitable that the things they deduced would be much less. For the time being, they could not see any difference. However, as they entered the later levels of the Dragon Transformation Pagoda, the gap would definitely widen. Looks like Serene Cloud has also entered the third level. After looking around and not seeing any trace of a Serene Cloud Snake Empress, Qin Feng nodded slightly. He was not a narrow-minded person who could not bear to see his subordinates gain benefits. On the contrary, he was ambitious to become the Dragon Ancestor. He could not wait to have a few more pillars of support under his command to share the burden. After calming down slightly, Qin Feng began to cultivate the second level of the Great Dragon Talisman. Great Divine Transformation. His body danced like a spinning top, and countless hand seals appeared in his hands. The second level of the Great Dragon Talisman was much more important and mysterious than the first level. It had to be combined with the hand seals. Qin Feng was no stranger to the power of the Great Een. Back when he was entangled with Yuji, he had some understanding of the power of the Great Een. He had even cultivated the Great Een Samsara, a great divine ability. He had even mastered it and comprehended the Great Een Samsara Millstone. Later on, by a freak combination of factors, he had another understanding when he cultivated with Queen Silver Moon. These many insights had originally been settled in his mind. However, as he comprehended the changes of the Great Dragon Talisman from the Sacred Dragon Portrait, these changes were like keys that opened the door to a treasure trove. They became the driving force for Qin Feng to condense the Great Dragon Talisman. His body seemed to have turned into a crescent moon, and a desolate chill emanated from his body. Outside, the rolling purple Yang Dragon energy was like a rainbow that was absorbed by him. It fused into his organs and finally fell into his meridians, turning into a terrifying and strange cold dragon power that could freeze thousands of years. This dragon power was as bright and flawless as the moon. It was as cold as ice and snow. Kacha Kacha! Unknowingly, beside Qin Feng, old Ancestor Six Directions shivered and woke up from his cultivation. He looked around and saw that his surroundings had turned into a world of ice and snow. The purple Yang Dragon energy in the air had frozen. This seems to be the power of the Great Een. It's a little similar to the legendary Great Een primordial water of the 9 great Khanate primordial waters. Old Ancestor Six Directions felt slightly shocked. First, it was the 9 nether primordial water, and now it's the Great Een primordial water. Could it be that His Excellency is preparing to walk the path of pure water type origin? That's right, his original body is a black water mystical snake, and he is a water spirit. He was born from the Khanate water primordial chi, and this path is most suitable for him. Old Ancestor Six Directions' eyes revealed traces of shock. If Qin Feng succeeded in gathering a portion of the Khanate primordial water's chi, he would definitely become a superior true dragon. He might even be able to get a glimpse of the water dragon ancestor's position. If he could become a water dragon ancestor, there would be very few people who could compete with Qin Feng for the water origin deity position of the Khanate 4 symbols. Countless Great Een Dragon energy intertwined in his Dantian, and with Qin Feng's hand seals, a cold dragon talisman was born in his Dantian. A cold power leaked out from his Dantian, cleansing his blood. Qin Feng faintly felt as if he had innately grasped a power that could freeze the heavens. Regardless of whether it was the dragon power in his body or his blood, they were both a step closer, purer, and more majestic. With the birth of the great dragon talisman, a portion of Qin Feng's luck was shaved off again. However, with the ancestor's position, the true legacy of the sect, and the power of the mountain god, the luck above his head was constantly replenished. This replenishment was very impressive. In the depths of the primitive Dragon Gate, at least of the two Dragon Kings, it could be said to be a stream that flowed endlessly. Although it could not compare to the consumption, it was enough to support Qin Feng's cultivation. 4 updates tomorrow, double monthly votes, more votes. Chapter 822. Although this luck wasn't the strongest, it had the advantage of being continuous and continuous. On the 3rd level of the Dragon Transformation Pagoda, there were a total of 729 divine diagrams on the 3rd level. Each small diagram was extremely lifelike, as if a holy dragon was soaring through the primal chaos. It was as if countless true inheritances of the great Tao had been triggered. With just a glance, Qin Feng felt as if he could see the beginning of the universe and the transformation of yin and yang. But then, the transformation started to become hazy and turned into a brilliant starry sky. The 729 diagrams were like billions of stars, shining brightly. 3rd level, Star Dragon Talisman. Countless mysteries related to the stars appeared in Qin Feng's mind. These mysteries were triggered by the stars on the diagram, and countless nebulas appeared. The 3rd level corresponded to the 3rd type of connate primordial water, the star primordial water. This was a divine item born from the connate star source. The star primordial water evolved into the famous Haute Eon primordial water, the sun-moon star triple light primordial water. Each had its own creation. Evolving this dragon talisman was not difficult for Qin Feng. Combining the mysteries of the stars and the chaos sacred dragon diagram and the origin star true force in his body, a star dragon talisman was formed in an extremely short period of time. After cultivating the star dragon talisman, Qin Feng's bloodline improved again. Qin Feng felt that he had touched the bottleneck of dragon transformation. The Xianming dragon's bloodline was more than 10 times richer than before. The rainbow dragon talisman in his body was refined by the bloodline at a much faster speed. It was not like before, when it was like an immovable rock. It seems like there are still 7 days. He stood up and looked around. There were many more experts on the 3rd level. The 49 dragon transformation talismans were like 49 admission tickets. Most people were blocked outside the Dragon Transformation Pagoda. They could only search for their own creations in the primitive Dragon Gate and try to transform into a dragon within 9 days. He finished it in such a short time. Old Ancestor 6 Directions was secretly alarmed as he felt Qin Feng's surging water energy and the increasingly thick dragon tail beside him. He had been following Qin Feng from the 1st level, the 2nd level, and the 3rd level. The two of them were using the same technique. On the 1st and 2nd floors, he was still able to keep up with Qin Feng, but on the 3rd floor, he was clearly much slower. I've only just finished deducing the cultivation technique, and he's already cultivated it to perfection. Sighing inwardly, Lu He closed his eyes and adjusted his state of mind. This was the difference between them. This gap was so obvious. Old Ancestor 6 Unity clearly felt a sense of defeat in his heart. They're here too. Qin Feng stood up and glanced around. He was surprised to see a few familiar faces. The multicolor-clothed woman, God Rebel. The two of them had already reached the 3rd level. Beside God Rebel, Qin Feng accidentally discovered another powerful person from Xingqian School. It was a middle-aged man in a white robe. His face was pale and beardless, and his feathered crown was full of majesty. The aura he exuded was not weaker than that of a great saint. With such a cultivation realm and age, he should be Xingqian School's Elder Star King or Grand Elder. As if sensing Qin Feng's gaze, this powerful person who was meditating on the Chaos Holy Dragon portrait opened his eyes and glanced at the source of the gaze. When he saw that it was Qin Feng, he smiled slightly. Clearly, he was no stranger to Qin Feng. He spoke via voice transmission. Junior brother Qin Feng, have you finished meditating on the third level of the Chaos Holy Dragon portrait? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. Clearly, he did not expect this powerful person from Xingqian School to take the initiative to greet him. May I know who you are? And from the meaning of his words, he seemed to be familiar with him. However, after thinking about it, he did not seem to know this powerful person. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm White Dragon Star King. I once saw you from afar when you were attacking the Golden Light Fey Kingdom. The Fey Saints from Hundred Flower City were killed by you in one strike. That scene was unforgettable. So it's Elder White Dragon. Pardon my rudeness. Qin Feng nodded. His eyes were secretly filled with surprise. Star King was a very special title in Xingqian School. Some elders who were not direct disciples were given this honor because they had made great achievements in cultivation and made outstanding contributions to the sect. In terms of status, Elder Star King was not inferior to the Hall Masters and Peak Masters of Xingqian School. Their status was not inferior to the Grand Elders in the depths of Xingqian School. Although Qin Feng had never heard of White Dragon Star King, since he was friendly, Qin Feng did not pretend to be friendly. He stepped forward and communicated with him. After a while, he learned that the black-clothed, indifferent young man who had fought side by side with him was actually God Rebel, who ranked 6th among the 9 direct disciples of Xingqian School. No wonder he's so powerful. Qin Feng was secretly surprised. In fact, he should have guessed God Rebel's identity. God Rebel was ranked 6th among the 9 direct disciples of Xingqian School. He was known as the King of Destruction and had once obtained part of the inheritance of the ancient God of Destruction. He was the only one who had such attainments in the Tao of Destruction. So you're the newly rising direct disciple Qin Feng? God Defying also opened his eyes and sized up Qin Feng with his arrogant eyes. His eyes were filled with an inexplicable expression. After a while, he said, "It seems that it won't be long before Xingqian School will not only have 9 direct disciples, but 10. Hearing God Rebel's words, White Dragon Star King was secretly surprised. No one knew God Rebel's arrogance and rebellion better than him. Even Gong Ao, the direct disciple who ranked first, did not really get God Rebel's approval. But now, according to God Rebel's words, it was obvious that he admired Qin Feng very much. Is this Qin Feng really so powerful?" White Dragon Star King smiled, but he was surprised and doubtful in his heart. After chatting for a while, Qin Feng immediately said, "Everyone, Qin Feng will leave first." In the eyes of God Rebel and White Dragon Star King, his figure disappeared from the 3rd floor. After Qin Feng left, God Rebel suddenly said, "I heard that junior brother Qin Feng seems to have some disagreements with Gong Ao's people." White Dragon Star King glanced at God Rebel and was slightly stunned. God Rebel had always been alone and gave him the impression that he had never participated in the battles between direct disciples. "I heard some rumors. It seems that because of some disputes, Yi Ding, that person's adopted son, has attacked many times, but every time, junior brother Qin Feng escaped. Now the grudge is getting deeper and deeper. I'm afraid that they are like fire and water." When it came to Gong Ao, even White Dragon Star King had to be afraid of him. Among the 9 direct disciples, Gong Ao was known as the first in fortune, creation, luck, and strength. Even if he was blessed by the heavens and had obtained the legacy of the ancient God of Destruction, he still couldn't compare to it. 4th level Sky Dragon Rune. Sky Dragon Rune corresponded to the 4th type of innate primordial water. Sky Primordial Water was also known as Yellow Spring Primordial Water. It was the most terrifying primordial water in heaven and earth. It specifically corresponded to the soul and had the terrifying power to cleanse all memories, imprints, and traces. Qin Feng appeared on the 4th floor. Just as he was about to open his eyes, a terrifying dragon roar suddenly exploded on the 4th floor, who started to transform into a dragon so quickly. Qin Feng's face changed. He quickly looked up, but after a glance, he couldn't help but have a strange expression. Wait, there are 3 more. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.